cold breeze, steel boots on the sand, no ease. Propellers hum the Soviet quest, but the island ain't weak, not less. Hot tanks roaring loud and clear, zombie hula girls, no fear. Tiki terrors rise, eyes ablaze, Soviets drown in the island haze. Island don't surf, island don't win, Tiki terrors won't let them in. Hot tanks make the ground shake, zombie hula girls' hearts won't break. Under moonlight chants they clash, steel meets flame, bones will thrash. Cold War's heat, the island's grip, Tiki rage will never slip. Drums beat, wild waves take hold, Soviet shiver, hearts turn cold. In the depths of night they fail, Tiki terror's ancient tale. Island don't surf, island don't win, Tiki terrors won't let them in. Hot tanks make the ground shake, zombie hula girls' hearts won't break. Hearts won't break.
Howdy, it's your old pal, Tiki the Hut. Thanks for joining me again on another Too Late Tonight with Tiki. How's everybody doing? Hopefully well. Yeah, make sure I have the right background track going. Sorry about that. Yeah, I was a little more delayed starting today. I apologize for that. I had actually dropped my entire laptop on the deck, so I had to pick it back up and reset everything back up. So it took a little bit. Hey, what's going on, Bad Rabbit? How you doing, buddy? Appreciate you joining. RK, hope you have a safe travel. Hope you're on your way to sell some shoes. Hey, what's going on, Orc Squigs? Oh my, nice. I like the name. So these guys kind of set up more like I'm in a diorama. We're going to hopefully finish the convicts and then continue on with my vow and move on to these are like Count Aztec and Court. I decided to use mummies for my Imhotep style thing. Alrighty. So let's get started on some convicts. I did actually finish my one of my other quote-unquote paragons, so this is officially my shadow. So like I said, the basing was pretty easy. You know, these different shades of gray and just hit it with an Agrax or a shade. Kind of do it like that dirty street corner, you know, like it's been raining. I do need to finish basing my knockoff Captain America. So I just gotta finish basing him and he'll be ready. And that's gonna be the majority of my 500 point American Konflikt 47 army. That combined with a nice little coyote here. And that's it. It'll be two Paragon. It'll be obviously a officer. It'll be 2 Paragon support squads with 2 Paragons in it. You saw both of them. That Wolverine That Coyote backed up with a bazooka team. The Shadow knows. Hey, Squeaker and Sean, what's going on, buddy? Yeah, I thought, Squeaker and Sean, I thought you possibly were Orc Squigs of my. I am dying to paint my orcs, I'm not gonna lie. It's like, once I paint enough Conflikt 47, I always want to take like an orc break. So tomorrow might actually be an orc break. I think I know the exact orc model I want to paint. And I guess in honor of season 2 of Twisted Metal being out on Peacock, I want to paint my Sweet Tooth. I have a Sweet Tooth based orc. He looks absolutely awesome. And for those of you who like these older designed Ghost Attack squads before the new edition comes out, I actually have a couple more. I have 2 more boxes of these guys, so that'll probably be my next Val. Is probably a mix of convicts for all my Penal Legion guys doing their vowing, which I'm catching up on tomorrow. I'm finally catching a day off tomorrow, so I'll be able to. Alright, I still work, but I'll have a couple more hours off, so I'll be able to log in tomorrow and catch back up on the painting competition, give everybody their points. And I know Squigger and Sean's helped me out with that. I appreciate it. And then once I finish this Val, I'll do some more convicts, and then I'll do some more Siberian Terror squads, and then I'll do some more Ghost Attack squads. All right. Hey, what's going on, Matthew? So the Penal Legion, we've got most of their flesh toned down. We've worked on a couple of their little metal exoskeletons and their little tanks that pumps like the vodka, antifreeze, and Pervitin into their systems. So we're going to finish up on these other 2 guys. We're going to go back, paint their weapons, and just start knocking on each color. I appreciate Squig out of Sean. Sorry, hopefully the team didn't think I let him down. I was going to get around to it eventually. I had it marked on which ones I've done. But I appreciate you jumping in. Thanks, man. So, I don't know if he'll join tonight's stream or not, but I can say, I'm pretty sure he won't care. I don't know when it will be released, but I did get to do a video with Edskar. I like Edskar. He's knowledgeable, but he's also very strong in his opinions, you know? So, but he's not bad to make a video with. I enjoyed making a video with him. I thought it was pretty good. I thought it was enjoyable. And we ended up doing a video on making 500-point armies using 30-person boxes. So there's a little preview for you guys. If you don't know Edskar's channel, I recommend looking at it. He makes pretty good bolt action stuff. He's gonna start doing Konflikt 47 stuff, like everybody. So. I'm excited for my next Val. I need to build my Japanese landing craft, which is actually kind of cool. So I didn't have that ready for the Clash of the Caribbean. The Clash of the Caribbean, I'll likely be bringing a 500-point IJ and bolt action force just to fill in case I need to, but more importantly, I'll have 500 points of Imperial Japanese Navy, hopefully. 500 points of Americans, and then I'll have a couple different Konflikt 47 models, different countries, you know? That way, during the second day, during the shore excursion, when I'm doing the Konflikt 47 demos, people can swing by and play if they want. And if they're part of the bolt action event, they bring their bolt action army, they can just grab an extra Rift Tech unit. I know the light's really bright, it just helps my tired old eyes see. But other than that, how's everybody else doing? Everybody else working on some side projects? Orc Squigs, oh my, I heard you're working on your Soviets. What unit you painting on? Or building or painting? You mind me asking? Did I get a sample sprue from Warlord? Fuck, I hope not. I didn't check my mail today, so I doubt it. Hopefully they don't have my address. That'd be really creepy. I mean, I ordered stuff from them before from their store, but this whole website and this whole persona is not connected to my actual address, so I'd be more concerned if they did send me something. But no, I did notice that some of the larger, I guess, YouTube creators did get extra or early access to models. But no, as far as I'm aware of, I'll go back to check. Well, I wasn't contact or anything, which is fine. As people know, I'm not really an early access guy. I don't really like that. I like to get my stuff at the same time you guys do. Nice. I'm glad MG got one. That's awesome. Yeah. Unfortunately, there was a electrical storm and some other stuff that happened at work. So there was a lot of fires. So that's why Squigger and Sean was nice enough to help me out with the calculating the points for the painting competition. I've been working a lot of overtime, and so I've been missing a lot of the MG streams as well. Matthew, I do not blame you for taking a break, man. You have been killing it with the Konflikt 47 models. They've been looking amazing. Also, I am working on some, one of the websites giving me trouble. It's one of the websites I use for editing. But I'm working on making some, like, propaganda-style shorts for the second version of Konflikt 47. So, Matthew, let me know if I have your permission to use any of the pictures of your models in any of my videos. If no, totally understandable. If yes, I super appreciate it, but don't feel stressed. Hey, what's going on, Commander? How you doing, buddy? I'm gonna feel terrible if I go in my mailbox and there's something in there from Warlord. I was like, cause like I said, they shouldn't know who I am. Definitely not my address. Hey, Nerd's Nerd, what's going on, buddy? Oh, thanks, Matthew. I appreciate it. Yeah, I have the American one and the American propaganda short all planned out, and I have the Imperial Japanese one worked on a little bit, so pretty excited about that. Irish and RK have been helping me bounce ideas off about that, which is kind of cool. What's cool is when I finish these guys, there's 5 of them, right? And this is like the OG metal pack for the Siberian Terrors. And then when I use my boxes of Wargorium Atlantic cannon fodder to make more Siberian Terrors, they're all going to have like their shirts on, like the jumpsuits, right? Which is pretty cool because these guys look different, so it'll be a lot easier to put as the NCOs. So I can make 50 of them and use each one of these guys as the NCOs in a squad of 10. So it's actually kind of cool. Yeah, I see a lot of people putting out videos for Konflikt 47, a lot more than I thought, so that's always good to see. It's super interesting. I don't think you're gonna have the same dry spell of content like you used to have. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Yeah, get on the hype train. Like I said, I think I'm really looking forward to seeing like big tank and walker battles. I think that's gonna be really cool. Like I said, I'm hoping it's gonna look or feel like BattleTech or Titanfall 2, but like Diesel Punk and 28mm. Once I get these guys painted, I'll let you guys know. I'll go over my list that I have built, my 2 Konflikt 47 armies that hopefully I'll have ready by the Clash of the Caribbean, so I can bring those as my dim armies. I'll let you guys know what they are, so it should be a lot of fun. Yeah, he is Morning Glory is notorious for his monochromatic tanks. I think I gave him shit about his Ho-Ha half-track for like 3 months. That's what I hear. Hey, what's going on, Nerd Herd? How you doing, buddy? Yeah, like I said, I've had to miss a bunch of his streams lately. I try and catch them when I can, but usually I'm not in there for very long. Red, my god. yeah, looks like that's everyone's exoskeleton. Nice. Alright. Time to swap colors. Put the lead belcher away, grab the Abaddon black, go back to work here. Sorry to hear that, bots. If it was like Twitch and we could target membership, it would be totally different, but yeah. That's unfortunate, man. A bit on the guy on the right. Oh, there's a lot of guys on the right. I do a I appreciate Bad Rabbit. I'll do a final pass review and nick up anything I'm missing. I'm hoping to next week in my local area host a small demo game of Konflikt 47 Current Edition. I know it's one of those things where everyone's gonna be like, "Oh, that's the new edition." No, it's just the old edition. You know, we'll see how many people that turns off. But I need to test out a map and a mission for the event. So I know the Bad Habit mission is gonna go fine. The map's great too. The supplies I'm not worried about. It's very similar to the Malta map we did, so I think it will be good. But the beach landing I have concerns about, so gonna have to test that out. Did anybody else catch Morning Glory's cooking stream? That was kind of cool to actually hear Mrs. Mordian. That was pretty neat. And to watch them like flamethrower those steaks. Those poor steaks. Dude, they were more gray than the Wehrmacht. Like, I didn't see a single bit of pink in those things. Oh yeah, let's go get a shot, send someone snipe hunting. Yeah, almost like perfectly, bots. They really do. They look perfectly, almost just like them. I think Wargame Atlantic, especially their zombie box, is going to do really well for Konflikt 47. Yeah, I don't really have anything British. I have, I just finished my, automated carrier, Nerd Herd. So I put a, oop. Happens more than you think. So I put a wash on the bots, gave them red eyes. You know, painted some more of the accoutrements. I know it's a one-color tank here. I was giving him shit, but you know they don't really complicate their tanks much. Yeah, I keep talking up Wargame Atlantic Zombie Box. I haven't built any personally. I need to get a kit and build them. Yeah, if you haven't seen bots, Wargame Atlantic also makes a cannon fodder box. And if you trim down those last guns and turn them into SMGs, they actually make Siberian tears really well. It's kind of hard to focus, but this was the last gun that we kind of cut into a almost like a homemade submachine gun. And so yeah, it's possible. If you want to get 30 Siberian tears in a box, there you go. They come in 10-man squads, so. Shoot, that might be even better if you had both boxes to mix the bits a little bit. Yeah. That's what I do with a lot of my working mate Atlantic. Like, slowly, like every few months, I'll pick up a new box, and I'll literally just put it in like a tray of bits, especially for bolt action. So a lot of the forces will a really good box to like really stretch out some of your forces, especially if you're doing something unique like a Muslim force, or if you're doing like any type of prior colonial force. So if you want to do like a Egyptian rifle, or Turkish mechanized infantry, or if you're looking at doing like French Indochina sappers or something like that for bolt action or Konflikt 47, I recommend taking a look at the Working Atlantic French box. It's like a World War I French box. Oh, it's delicious. All sorts of good bits. Nice, Bad Rabbit. I'm excited. So all the prize support is ready. The only thing I'm waiting on is something I had to custom order. I don't know if it'll come in time. Hopefully it will. But everything should be good. Yeah, it's getting close. And like I said, yeah, you'll see this terrain. I'm going to start painting these in the background a little bit as well, too. So you'll start seeing these slowly get painted as well. Most of the terrain's ready. One board's fully ready. One board's about 9%. And the beach landing board is the one I still have to build and paint a little bit. And test. I still have to test to see how well it works. Are you talking about this? Paint this khaki gray. So these rocks are probably going to stay as they are. These are going to get a different shade of gray, and they're going to get Agrax Earth Shade. And I think inside of here is going to get the same kind of sand treatment that these models have. It's a AK interactive sand. Oof. You gotta be careful dropping these metal models, man. They come down like a bomb. I have two of these. I have a bunch of small. Both my like 10-man lifeboats are fully painted. I have a bunch of smaller boats I have to paint. Then I have my Japanese landing craft I have to build and paint. And that's really it. The beach landing, so there is some cover, not a lot of cover, but that's why our first turn is night fighting. Make it a little bit more survivable. Like I said, I wish the rules had come out early enough for Conflict 47 that it could have been a Conflict 47 event, not a bolt action event. I mean, I still like bolt action, but clearly as I sit here and paint Conflict 47 stuff, you see on my videos, I'm a bit partial. But next year, yeah, as long as the event runs well, like I said, I'm just trying to avoid a fire festival, you know? I'm not sure about their quick gen stuff. This is what I have here. Let me turn the brightness down. So this is what I'm using. AK Terrain's beach sand, acrylic diorama stuff. I'll open it, show you what it looks like on the inside. I say that, geez, this thing's hard to open. Oof. It is a strong smell. It smells like house paint. There's a very strong smelling paint. But it does give pretty cool, I think, a noise. I know it's hard to tell in the small because it's small, but it does give a really cool sandy beach effect. That sounds like a lot, Bad Rabbit. Let me know how it works out. Are you getting the actual Totem Core, or are you getting the Orgame Atlantic zombies? Yeah, I was thinking that too, like walls, but you also gotta think like a changing room or like a shower block, you know, on the beach, you know, where you like go in to shower and change out your swimsuit. So it kind of makes sense. I thought that same thing, bots, when I was painting it, but I'm like, you know what? There are some walls on the beach. Think about it. Yep. Squigget Rashawn is slowly on a mission to get me to leave my Citadel paints. And that's slowly branched out. I have those AK Paint Interactive, and I use a Army Painter spray can now for my wooden boats, which is actually really awesome. Slowly getting there one color at a time. Oh, hell yeah. No, I was just thinking about how nice those pins would be for doing flags, like particularly for like the IJN, like a rising sun The battle ensign. How nice to be to have a red pin to do that. Oh yeah. No, absolutely, Squick Hunter Sean. I'll be picking this up soon. Yeah, I generally try not to spend more than like 3 streams on one model in a row, you know, because I don't want to burn anybody else out and I don't want to get burned out myself, so I really want to finish these Siberian guys tonight. Yeah, if you guys didn't know, I'll see if I can find it real quick and put the link in the chat for y'all. For those of you who don't know, Warlord Games did put out another letter today, or another little news thing about Konflikt 47. It was a little bit more hidden this time, but it's a link of all the stores that are supporting Konflikt 47 that have either like ordered the new models for 2nd edition or are hosting demo games. So definitely check that out. If your store has an asterisk next to it, that means they'll actually be likely doing a demo game, which is pretty cool. That'll be before the game drops. Oh, hell yeah. For the Miami Plage, that'd be great. Yeah, I'm excited to do my one of my commando teams for my orcs and that. All right, we're getting the shackles in. Nice, there you go, man. I hope the demo goes well. Like I said, I had no idea about the Rift Dice. I mean, I read the same article everybody else did, but again, I'm sure someone's gonna get early access and they can do a test game on stream. But I'm gonna be excited to play my first game when the rules come out. Yeah, I've been trying to up my video content. If you're curious, that's why you haven't seen. Hey, what's going on, Steven? You haven't seen a video. That's why I actually did some recording this week with Ed Scar. What's going on, buddy? How's your morning been? I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Thanks for asking, brother. Hey, what's going on? Go for it. How you doing, bud? Thanks. I hope all is well in Hungary. We're trying to finish up our Siberian tears. Yeah, I know the feeling. Wake up and right to work. Well, I hope it's a good day for you, man. Truly. I appreciate you stopping by and saying howdy. It means a lot. I cannot wait to finish Siberian Terrace, and I'm totally ready to paint something new. Like I said, we also vowed Captain Samuel, so we may have to paint him up. This is actually a gift from Square Cutter Sean. Super generous. It's cool. It's not as cool as the homemade dicks he makes you out of milliput, but you know, it's still pretty cool. Hey, Bad Rabbit. Yeah, no worries. So from what I understand is the list that I sent you for, or the list to the link I sent, those are stores that are already, I guess, in talks with Warlord Games, like being supplied directly for Konflikt 47 version 2. That means models, books, pre-orders, and shit like that, right? The ones that have a star or an asterisk by their name may or may not also be doing demo games before the release in October. So take a look at your, look it up by your state. Take a look at some of the stores in there. Find a store close to you. If the name's on there, that means they're probably going to have Konflikt 47 version 2 stuff. And if they have a star or asterisk, they may be doing a demo game. So I'd reach out and contact them to see if you can, like, schedule to be there, if you're curious. Nerd herd, that's a lot of dosh, my friend. I recommend, I know some people like the sculpts, which I totally get. Like I said, I actually really do enjoy the sculpts for the OG Ghost Attack Squad, because it's actually an underwater diving suit. These were their crouching dragons. They were like underwater lunge mines to take out landing boats, which is cool. But I understand if you like the original, the OG metal sculpts, but if not, if you're just looking to get the units, I would look into Etsy, 3D printing, and other companies. Like I said, Wargame Atlantic makes a lot of models that you can kind of kit bash into Konflikt 47 stuff. Speaking of, Oh, there we go. Nice, I found it. All right. Another link editor, guys. Again, can't stress it enough. I'm not sponsored, but I've been talking to this guy. You'll probably recognize his name. He does a lot of the 3D STL designs that you'll find in Etsy and other places. He's been making a lot of alternate miniatures for Konflikt 47. So feel free to check that guy out. You can either 3D print it yourself or order it from somebody else. He makes a lot of alternate prints for Konflikt 47. I think that's just part of life, Commander. No one's really looking for ghost suits yet, Bad Rabbit. They're just saying to get every model that they're missing for what they want for Konflikt 47 would be, you know, pretty expensive. So I was offering alternatives. Judging by the art that they released for the Imperial Japanese, I think they'll be coming out with a new redesign for the Ghost Stack Squad to make it look more ceremonial, more in line with like traditional samurai dynasties and stuff like that. So it should be kind of cool. Let me paint his grenades and then he'll be done. So yeah, once I paint a master copy of these guys, then what I do is I go through and just one color at a time, just knock out a bunch of the other ones, and then once all the colors are done, I go back in, fix all stuff I need to fix, and then I base them all. Where's my super suit? Alright, slowly but surely, one guy at a time. One guy, one color. Yeah, I've already seen stuff. Bad Rabbit was right. His eagle eyes or his rabbit eyes spotted earlier. I missed some on one dude, so I gotta go back and fix that. But that's fine. We'll catch up on all this stuff. Yeah, it's funny you mentioned Aliens. I know the Alien to Earth, the show's out. I hear it's really good. I can't wait to start watching it. Wife and I are going back. We're watching all the Alien movies, which is pretty cool. But my brother and I often don't talk about my family, but my brother and I, I mean, I've had it for a while, but I think matchmaking never really worked when I first had it. But Aliens Fireteam Elite. So it's not the Colonial Marines one that didn't do very well. And it's not the newest one that's like a top-down isometric squad XCOM style game. No, this is the one that's in the middle. It's called Fireteam Elite. You get 3 people on a squad. There's different classes. You can take different weapons, different perks, and you can kind of customize, a lot of customization. But we've been going through and playing Fireteam Elite, which the matchmaking finally works for it. So we've been having an absolute blast. Oh no, Bad Rabbit, I'm about to say, funny you say that, Bad Rabbit, you're perfectly right on the money. I missed the little metal tubing on one guy's front. Nice. Yeah, actually, funny you say that. So I can find that one of them. so I gotta wash these. But there's this container of Milano cookies, and each thing of Milano came in these like little plastic things. I gotta wash them out, obviously. But for like my Fallout and stuff like that, or for like 28mm scale gas lanes, these can make great barricades. So I'm pretty excited for that. I have like a shit ton of them. Oh yeah, Fire Team Elite is great. I bounce between, if it's a 2-person team, then I'll take the technician. If it's a 1-person team, then I roll a medic. But oh yeah, I get that game. It's one of those things where like the more we play it, the more we're like, man, this game's way better than we ever thought it was. So for you guys who don't know, what makes Fire Team Elite really fun, and I mean what sets the game apart of being very fun, is there's something called, I think they're not called calling cards. Oh, they're called challenge cards. So first off, it's true, it's better with friends. You need to play with 2 people. I mean, with at least 3 people. So you and 2 buddies, you have to. It's the best way to play it, right? So you guys all pick a challenge card. Now the challenge cards do technically one of 2 things. They either make the mission easier, in which case it doesn't affect the rewards you get, you know, or it makes the game more difficult and you can, you know, double or sometimes even triple your experience or money you get from finishing the mission, right? Some of the challenge cards are absolutely hysterical. And what's funny is you all 3 pick, and the game will randomly pick which one of y'all's 3 cards that it's going to put into effect for that mission. Some of the fun ones we had was your weapons will randomly jam, and you have to do a full reload to clear your weapon. One I picked that we thought was funny was every 50 enemies you kill, like an elite enemy comes out of nowhere. So the gameplay is very similar to like Left 4 Dead, Back 4 Blood, Dark Tide, you know, Vermintide, very similar style game mechanics, right? And one we just did, and I don't even think we finished that mission. I think it was too tough. Was it starts an actual alien, like the movie Alien, like an actual like drone, like one of the big ones that hunt you down. So it spawns at the start of the mission, and it chases you down the whole mission like Mr. X. And every time you kill it, you know, another one will spawn and it'll start chasing you down. So there's no stopping during the mission. If you stop to like reload, you know, resupply, maybe do some stuff, it's gonna start coming out of the walls and grabbing people. So it's absolutely, the difficulty was insane. And no matter how many times you killed it, it would just keep coming back. And the game's like what, like 3-4 years old? It's a drone, exactly. It's such an insanely fun mechanic, the challenge cards. It adds so, it reminds me of mods, you know, or modulators for hold on, the name escapes me, but oh man, now I can't think of the name of the game. It's a Unreal, yes, Unreal Tournament Game of the Year edition, the old school version with like Facing Worlds and Phoebe and the D-Day landing. There it is. So that name escaped me for a little while, but it adds so much to the game. Yeah, so those of you who haven't played the game, I don't want to spoil it, but you keep having like flood mode, you keep running into new threats that you didn't know about. No wonder I'm sorry, I'm reading someone else's message. But yeah, you keep running into threats that you're not sure about, you know? And you never know what a mission's gonna have. Unless you played it before, you don't know what threats a mission's gonna have, so you're trying to pick your loadout before you go. And I've recently found out having a flamethrower, you know, of some type, big or small, and having a shotgun, again, of some type, big or small, is nice to have. Because no matter what it is, if it's bipedal, generally a 12 gauge will take care of it, if military sci-fi teaches you anything. Yeah, Bob, it's funny you mentioned shotguns because I keep feeling like the compression rifle rules currently for Conflict 47, for the Imperial Japanese Infantry, they feel like what a shotgun should feel like. You get one shot at 24 inches like a regular weapon, right? Or you can take 3 shots, I think at like 12 inches or 18 inches at -1 AP. So it's like almost like an AP slug, you know? Or like a... Yeah, it's almost like a slug, and then you can also do like soft lead buckshot, you know, less penetration, but you know, more shots. So sadly, it doesn't get the assault rule. That's why generally when I play, again, these are metal models, I'm not going to cut them up, but I generally run them as having submachine guns, just so they can have the assault rule. Interesting idea, Nerdhard. Wonder how that recasting works. I'm definitely curious. You have my curiosity. Yep, slowly coming along. Nice. Hey. Anyone who used a chainsaw completely understands the importance of chainsaw maintenance. I generally take a look at mine before each hurricane season, which means I need to take a look at it here in the next week or two. Hurricane season's coming up. There's already Aaron brewing offshore of the U.S. for a little while. Looks like it may mosey on up the eastern seaboard, but we'll see. Yeah, chainsaws are usually fun until, you know, the first hour. I've cleared a lot of trees off roads. I missed a lot of spots in this game. I have to go back and fix them up. That's fine. That's fine. This is just the first pass. Just the first pass. Nice. Hey, what's going on, Squidfist? Yes, welcome. Welcome to the Penal Legion. Grab your free shiv. It might be located in your back already. We're trying to finish up these Siberian Tears. I've been working on them for too long. So I'm trying to still chat as much, just paint more. I feel like I don't paint much on these paint chats, so we're trying to actively paint more during the stream. Bonsai indeed. Yeah, man. I'm expecting Clash of Caribbean is gonna be a lot of fun. I'm super excited to meet Bad Rabbit. Actually, I think he's the first person there I haven't met or played. I've played Doc Ginger. Doc Ginger's a great guy and huge fan of RK. RK is one of those super friendly players, like one of those rare people you meet, like even inside the hobby. Like you have a bunch of good buddies you play, but RK is just a very, very friendly but knowledgeable. You know, very friendly but knowledgeable guy. So, truly envious whoever gets to play him, because it's gonna be a good game. No, you're fine, Squidfist. You can keep track of the vowels. Just kicking my ass. Squig Hunter Sean stepped in to help me out, which I appreciate. Like I said, I'm almost done with this guy. I just gotta base him. I need to paint this one. Shouldn't be too much. I need to finish the Siberian Terrors and then finish up a bunch of mummies, but the mummies are super easy to paint. They just have purple eyes and some other stuff. Well, Commander, I'm going to try and stream like a recap of each turn for all 3 games. You know, if they keep going on. So hopefully we'll be able to put those out as shorts. We'll see. We'll see what the internet reception is like on the vessel. Or instead of shorts, maybe I think I'm just going to go live. I'm going to try and just go live, you know, and do like a little 5-minute or 10-minute little recap of each one, you know. Pretty excited. I'm trying to ask people lots of questions, do lots of research. I just don't see a lot of bolt action social event. I see a lot of tournaments, which is great, don't get me wrong. And I'm sure you guys saw the drama, you know, of the always carry around your emotional support Hellbrute in your pocket. You know, you don't have to put them on the list. So I'm sure you've already seen the kind of drama that goes down at tournaments. So I'm hoping by leaning into the social event, we can avoid that kind of drama. Also, if you guys haven't checked out the store, let me drop that in there as well. There we go. Not rattling a tin cup at all. Don't feel that way. The reason why I mentioned that is now that we have emblems for the new factions, I'm going to be going in and reworking all the shirts. I have to redo the shirts anyways, since the t-shirts are the actual t-shirt they're based on is no longer available. Since I had to redo the t-shirt designs, I'm gonna incorporate the new symbols that Warlord Games came out with. So with that being said, if there's anything you want from the store, I would pick it up here in the next maybe month or two, because it's all gonna change once version 2 comes out. Some stuff will still be there, but we're just gonna update some models, update some merch. For those of you who don't know, if you look up on the screen that little CATC, that's Clash of the Caribbean. When you go to the merch store, everything is at a set price. I'm allowed to set the price. I set it as low as I can, where it still makes like $1 profit, and all that profit goes towards this Clash of the Caribbean event. It goes like this little war chest we have, and that's just going to be spent on people at the event. So that'll be buying like pizza, drinks, and stuff like that. It's just like a think of it like a social war chest, if that makes sense. So yeah, this stream and this whole thing is never for profit. It makes my taxes easier. Keeps me having fun doing what I do. It's something I want to do, not something I have to do. And just want to guys let you know, because I'm going to go in and change some of the stuff in the merch store. I don't want you guys to freak out and be like, oh my god, I missed it. There is no FOMO. You know, it's not a big deal. But just a heads up. Yeah, those magpies will hold grudges. Let's do your shit. We had these terrible birds in Italy. I don't even know what they're really called. We called them Trojans. It's like a mix between a crow and a raven. And like pigeon. I don't know. It's like this weird mix of birds. They're these black birds. I mean, decently sized, right? But hyper intelligent. I mean, these birds were very, very smart. I watched one swoop in. I watched one sit on a fence line and watch us post out for an exercise. And it watched us, right? And then we weren't paying attention. It swooped over to our Humvee, went in through the open hatch at the top, grabbed a buddy's Lunchable out of his lunchbox, like flipped open his lunchbox, grabbed his Lunchable and flew away. Flew on the other side of the fence from us, you know, so we could see him. We couldn't do anything because we're posted out. And he literally just pecked it open and just ate his Lunchable right in front of him. Absolutely insane. I don't know what those birds are or why they're so rapidly intelligent. It's terrifying. I do know they're carnivorous. We accidentally hit one with a Humvee one time, and like 8 other ones like swooped in behind us. We thought they were gonna attack us like a swarm, but they just ate the one that got hit by a car. So I don't know what those birds really were. We just called them Trojans, but things are insane. Yeah. That's exactly what it was. Too. It was a pizza Lunchable. The thing even ate his mini Crunch Bar and like pecked open his Capri Sun and everything. Dude, it was the full ass Lunchable. Yeah, so depending on if the lore is good in the book, and I have to wait until I actually get the book. I don't do early access. So once I have the book, I'll read the lore, and if I think it's good, then yeah, I'll make lore videos on it. Again, I'm not in contact with Warlord Games. I know Spriggs, like many of you do, so I asked Spriggs to please, pass on my compliments to the company and just please tell them, like, don't sue me. Like, I don't need early access or any kind of prize support for the events I do. All I want is just not to be sued. So, and I haven't heard anything back, so I'm assuming that is a good sign. I'm excited to finish up these Siberian tears. Just looking around at all the armies I have unpainted, I have such an enormous pile of gray shame. It's alright, slowly but surely. Yeah, the Fireflies are pretty damn cool. So I still think, I don't know, I had a good discussion with someone who kind of gave me a decent perspective. I still think the American lore is a little weird unless you just want to like lean into it and go full Brotherhood of Steel, which that's fine. What I think the point is, I think they're setting up the lore where it's going to be a battle royal, where like every side can fight any side, as an excuse to. And the other thing I had to remind myself is this just the intro. What they're doing is and someone tried to push back on it, but I had to explain it to them. They retcon some stuff and they kind of pulled the lore back a little bit to not make it as detailed and not as in league with actual World War II history. So, and I get why they did it. So they pulled it all the way back, made it more generalized so that down the road, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, they can release their own lore, their own new campaigns here and there and stuff like that, and that's fine. So I'm not super excited for the new lore, but we'll see. But I have to say, so far the Imperial Japanese, I think they did a decent job. I liked it. I couldn't believe that I guessed the whole secret like James Bond villain level, secret lair in a hollowed out volcano on a tropical island, and then they actually did it, and I was like, oh, holy shit. Yeah, and as someone else mentioned, if you look at the Firefly models that Wargame Atlantic's putting out, again, they stand up pretty well to guard models. You basically have Elysians. You have full-on more diesel punk instead of like super sci-fi gothic, like grimdark gothic. You have more like diesel punk version of Elysians for Warhammer 40k. So if you buy the plastic Firefly kits for Konflikt version 2, and then you go to Necromunda, I'm pretty sure that's where their ground vehicle is, the old Tauros, and then you can just pick up some Valkyries and boom. Hey, what's going on, Nathan? Nathan, we were just talking about how Aliens Fire Team Elite, an old game from like 3 or 4 years ago, is actually really good. I like it better than Space Marine 2. I know that's heresy, but I do. When it comes to like that Left 4 Dead style format, I think it does it really well. I think what ground my gears for Space Marine 2 is having to play as a Primarch Marine. I don't like it. I think it just kind of like ruined a lot of things for me. All right. We're playing Colonial Marines. Hey man, sometime. Like I said, you see me, I'm always busy. I'm either working or I'm doing this. I just wanted to catch my brother in between the two and play for him with a couple days, but maybe. Hey, what's going on, buddy? Glad to see you, man. I haven't seen you in a bit. Also, I did play Battlefield 6 during the open beta. That was a lot of fun. Your boy Tiki was a medic. I had an absolute blast, healing people, running around, giving them the old electroshock therapy, dragging one guy into a building to heal him up just for him to drop the building on me. It was fun. I am actually working on finishing up my Siberian Terrors. I know I've been slowly chipping away at them. I gotta do the leather sling, I gotta do the wooden grips on the grenades and the shivs, then do the dirty foot wrappings, and then clean them all up, give them a final pass review, and then start basing it. I hear you're busy, man. Well, I hope you're doing well. Yeah, my laptop's getting pretty old. That's why when I dropped it, I was like, oh god, I think it's finally time to replace it. I'm not even mad. It's a super old PC, or laptop, but it's been doing me well. But I still play some older games. Like I said, Fridays, I always do Fallout Friday. So Fridays, I generally put on like my Fallout music playlist, and I play Fallout Tactics while I'm at work. So it's super easy to pause and run in a small window. So if you've never played Fallout Tactics, it's actually really good. Pretty sure it's not canon, but that's okay. Something I was talking to someone about. I'm amazed that in the whole, everyone did a. I'll fix that. Just lopped off his arm there. But everyone did a battle royal back in the day, including Fallout 76. But I'm amazed is when extraction shooters were popular. I'm amazed Fallout of all IPs never did an extraction shooter. I feel like that was a huge miss of potential right there. The Battle Royal Nuclear Winter for 76 was absolutely amazing. I said I think I played the actual campaign of 76 for like a couple hours one time, but other than that, I just played Nuclear Winter until they took it out. I was a huge fan of that. Bad Rabbit, I'm so glad you said that. I actually read something about that exact example. So I was reading up in the Fallout Bible and some developer details. And one of the OG guys who developed Fallout actually was a firearms guy. And he was talking about why he went with the whole 10mm and stuff like that. And why sometimes you find weapons in like bizarre calibers. And you brought up a good point. You would find weapons, you know, in Fallout games, you know, in decent condition, but it chambered in like what appeared to be like wrong chambers, you know, like a good example is that in 303 British, or why the hunting rifles are left-handed. And the whole purpose of it is because all the other ones got picked up and used and destroyed, if that makes sense. So like all the M14s that were chambered correctly, you know, those were a little bit more common and got destroyed. So that's why sometimes some of the working firearms you find, you know, are in weird configurations, or that's one of the things they said. Maybe it's just a hand-wavy lore explanation, which is fine. You know, it's still better than most people give. But that's one of the things they talk about, because a lot of times people will pick up that weapon, try and shoot it, and try and reload it, and find out it doesn't take that ammo, and like, ah, fuck that, we'll throw it back on the ground and leave it. So... Alright, arm repaired. Let that glue set for a little while. Let's keep up the painting. Yeah, like, and that's what I'm saying. Sometimes like a small little, even if it's like a bullshit thing, like a small little bullshit lore explanation means the world, you know? Be like, hey, let's put a little bit of stuff in there. Funny you mentioned that. So I was watching Aliens, right? The second Alien movie. Mrs. Tiki and I were watching it, and we both brought up the good point of it's a really well written movie. Like, yes, the effects are good. Yes, you know, it's got so many iconic lines, but just the writing and the character acting, the facial cues, but all the stuff they mention, everything comes into play, you know? I love movies that do that, where everything they say you have to pay attention because it's gonna pay off. It's almost like Chekhov's gun of writing, you know? So. Well, and I mean, and also just thinking off the top of my head, you know, if you had like a weapon like that chambered in 303 versus like what it should be chambered like a 308 Winchester, could also be it's a foreign. I know it's M14, right? Could be a foreign style rechamber. It could be a custom job, like someone going on safari, you know, wanted that for like a more of a self-defense rifle kind of thing, you know. I think one of the games that gets firearms damn near really well done, because it's kind of clunky until you learn it. I'm not saying the shooting mechanics are good, but as far as the firearms, is New Vegas. Fallout New Vegas really understands firearms. You know, the difference between surplus and how that wears down the durability, you know, because they've been packed away and they're generally can be a little bit more acidic. You start talking about keeping your brass and your casings. You can shoot 38 specials out of your 357 weapons. You know, you can shoot 223 out of your 5.56 millimeter weapons. It's when you reload 20 gauge and 12 gauge, you can put all sorts of cool payloads in there. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you on that one. Yeah, same thing. Their over-under shotgun, which is more likely used for skeet, they put in 20 gauge. You know, I'm like, oh, it's clever. There's a lot of things I can't defend, you know, like finding pipe weapons and pre-sealed containers before the war. In Fallout 4 it's a little weird, or why the hunting rifle is left-handed, a left-handed bolt-action rifle. All of them are. Hey, thanks, Francois. I appreciate it, man. I'm slowly chipping away at them. I'm just going color by color. Right now we're working on our wood-colored brown, just getting the shaft and the handles of the grenades and the handles of the shivs. You say war crimes, I say merit badge opportunities. Squig Hunter. No, that is a benefit of stainless steel weapons. Squig Fist, certain rifles they'll generally advertise as well that they have a chrome lined barrel and it's supposed to make it more resilient to corrosion and things like that, you know, better for use in jungles and stuff like that. I myself, one of my favorite carry pieces I carried for a long time was a Smith & Wesson 638. So the 630, there's three models that are very similar. What the 638 is it was basically like a humpback. It's a 5-shot stainless steel. It has a stainless steel barrel. Had aluminum. I think it was made out of like aluminum or some shit like that. But it chambered 38 special, 5 rounds. But what made it unique was they have one that has an exposed hammer. They have one that has a complete internal hammer, which is also nice. That way you don't get like crud in your hammer jamming up your works, you know. But you can never put it in single action. But then they have one that's a shrouded hammer, which is the one I liked. So it kind of looks like a humpback whale a little bit. So with the shrouded hammer, you can still cowboy back into single action if you want. But it's nice because it was stainless steel. So, like you mentioned, it's a little bit lightweight. But more importantly, I could wear that anywhere. You know, I could wear it in swim trunks down to the beach. I wouldn't swim with it, you know. But I could wear it everywhere. I could sweat, you know, when it's on my hip, concealed in my clothing. I could sweat all over it, and it's not It's not going to rust the weapon or anything else like that. So yeah, there are benefits to stainless steel. It can be more expensive, you know. Yeah, generally stainless steel firearms are a little bit more expensive. There's not really witness, and also there's also you lose. Some people like. I mean, I understand why. I understand the military applications for it. You know, matte colored weaponry. You know, but or firearms. But for the civilian market, a lot of people want whatever's like the new hotness. You know, so whatever MEAL Team 6 is carrying, they want. So that's why you don't see the military operate stainless steel firearms, you know, because they're very visible. Not a lot of light discipline on those, so. We're just putting wood on the handle of the shiv and on the shaft of the grenades. And also, one of the other reasons is with the rise of polymer firearms. Polymer also is a little bit more resilient to sweat and water and things like that as well. So where people used to carry a lot of stainless steel firearms for that purpose, those are also starting to be replaced with polymer, which are generally a little bit more affordable and generally lighter weight. All right, well, it was awesome you popping in for a while. Go for it, painting. Thanks for tuning in all the way from Hungary, man. Hopefully you got to see a little bit of painting. You know, we are working on it, and I'll pay attention to your channel, man. See if you put out any videos. Take it easy, brother. Just a heads up, at about 3 o'clock, I'll probably take a small break, get something to drink, stretch out my legs a little bit, and then at 4 o'clock, we'll also do a little bit of our Tiki lore for the day. We'll talk about a particular item of the Imperial Japanese, and then we'll paint till 5. So if you want to kit bash them, one thing I would recommend, actually, I mean, I feel bad, it could be expensive, but I would start with a Wargame Atlantic box of cannon fodder to kit bash from Siberian Tears. And if you don't like the way they look with those full jumpsuits, then you can either order torsos from different companies. There's Bad Robot, Victoria, or Anvil, or for probably would be the same price, you can also get a box of the Space Nam guys from Wargame Atlantic. They're their version of like Catachans, and you could probably make some. You could probably kit bash those two kits, make some badass Siberian Terrors. Or you could probably just build Siberian Terrors out of the Space Name box. Let me take a quick look at the Space Name box. No, I think they're all wearing armor. Alright, I'm looking at the sprue now. Yeah, no, unfortunately a lot of the Space Name guys are all wearing armor or flak jackets. They do have some cool, man, they have cool flame. Yeah, if you need special weapons though, what a kit to get. They have all sorts of cool grenade launchers, plasma metaguns, flamers. Oh man. Oh, they had some cool shit. Cool shit on the sprue. But no, I'm glad I took a look before I said anything. I mean, yeah, I take it back. No, I wouldn't use the Space Name guys. They're pretty big and chunky, and they're all wearing armor, so they look a lot more like Gears of War than Catachans. So yeah, sorry, I know that probably wasn't as helpful. I mean, probably the best way to do it if you're looking to do it fast. If you're looking to do it fast, I would get a box of Working Atlantic cannon fodder, and then 3D print or order from Etsy or whatever it is you order, you know, 30 submachine guns, you know, that way you don't like kit bash each submachine gun. That's probably the fastest way to do it. Ooh, actually, hold on, let me look at one more. Let me look at one more thing. I got one more idea. Sorry guys, I got another one. Let me check out Frostgrave Cultists, because I'm pretty sure they're shirtless. Are you guys shirtless? No, damn. Okay, unfortunately they don't make it anymore. I had a really good idea, but Games Workshop stopped making them. They were one of my favorite kits. They had a good value, so that's probably why Games Workshop stopped making it. But Games Workshop Chaos Marauders. Huh. Wow, I think they may actually be in stock. So yeah, that might be my other idea, is you could get a whole bunch of Chaos Marauders. They look pretty fucking badass. A lot of them are shirtless torsos and shit like that. No, they really did. They used to be, I think it was like four. This is one of their like few boxes that you get a lot of good value. It's like lately, another good one that I bought the other day, actually a while ago, was their Orc Boys mob for the old world. I'm using that to kit bash a shit ton of like 40k orcs and one-page rule orcs. That was actually really good value. Now you got a lot of really cool stuff. They all had like flails and swords and like war drums and shields. That's a fucking awesome set. The Chaos Marauder set was great. And they were monopose, but they weren't monopose. I mean, they had a lot of cool customization features to them. I think they replaced them now with these, like, you know, the not super expensive, but the pain in the ass to cut out monopose style guys. I don't know how the chaos are, but the Wargame Atlantic cannon fodder are perfect, actually. I'm excited to see your showcase, man. I'm glad you finished our Konflikt 47. I still have so many. Congrats, though. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, I figured they updated it, but I'm not sure if it's the same good value that the old Chaos Marauders used to be. Chaos Marauders were just it was such a badass kit. Had so much good stuff in it. Alright, let's get the, oh, the wooded paint on this guy, nice. Yeah, same thing. I need to, at the release of Konflikt 47, I need to take a picture and list out all my finished Imperial Japanese Army military units. It's quite a bit, even Konflikt 47 and Bolt Action, but it's always growing. How you doing, Mad Larkin? Good to see you, buddy. Yeah, it's a good break to chase that down. Yeah, once I finish all the base painting on these Siberian Terrors, my Lark, I'm gonna go over some Konflikt 47 list. I have 2 of them built for a demo game, so I'm gonna kind of go over them in the chat too if you want to hear that. Probably about 30 minutes away. There we go. Also, they do still have the Chaos Marauder box. Nice. Hopefully it's still at the same good value it used to be. No. Yeah, that's definitely jumped up in price. Holy shit, that was not always $84. Holy shit, are you kidding me? Yeah, it used to be like, I think like 40 or, I think it was like 50 bucks. Yeah, I think it used to be 50 bucks. And you got like 32 guys, and it was an awesome deal. Holy shit, now it's $84 for 32 months. Fuck me. Damn. Well, I can't recommend that box anymore. I mean, it's a shame. It's a cool box with good heads and good bits. I mean, you got really cool, badass stuff in that box. It's such a shame they're selling it for that astronomical price. Oh, what a heartbreak. Yeah, no, I think you're right. Yeah, when I saw that it was a big box, I noticed that. Yeah, I think you're right. I think the old thing used to be 20 guys for 50 bucks. Which, I don't know, I don't feel like doing the math of 20 guys for 50 bucks versus 32 guys for 84 bucks, but I feel like that's not that good of a value. I don't know. But the sprues are cool. Like I said, I wish I still had some of those sprues. I used them to build my Gene Stealer Colt. And I used a lot of those bits. And what I didn't use, when I sold off my Gene Stealer Colt, I included all those old bits in it as well. You know? So... So that's what I say. You can sell off your models, but something I've learned, don't sell off your bits. Keep your bits box. I've jumped hobbies before, and I've come back to hobbies. I never regretted selling models. I never did, right? Because that means somebody else got to use them, and that actually brought me happiness. I know it sounds cheesy, but I do regret giving or selling away my bits and not keeping my bits box. That's what I regret. Alright, now we're on to leather. Now let's get all these leather slings painted. And then we'll move on to eyeballs. And then we'll move on to feet wrappings. What do you mean? What do you mean, Francis? Like, what's your opinion or your option? You can wait until they drop starter sets for each one. Or you can kind of just start jumping in. What I can say is, yeah, Mad Larkin, I saw, oh my god. I think they must know who you are. Like, I feel like Spriggs, like, dropped little messages, you know, to all the people that he knew who got mystery boxes. They hooked you guys up. I'm kidding, I don't know. But yeah, Mad Larkin, your mystery box was it was insane. For those of you guys who don't know, Mad Larkin will explain. He basically got a scratch company of airborne and rangers with, like, support. Like, it's insane. I'll let Matt Larkin go into what all he got in his mystery box. Absolutely insane. But as far as starting the Imperial Japanese Army for Common 47, the starter box, depending on what it's priced at now, is a good way to get into it. The rulebook's not that valuable, but you do get the dice. And more importantly, you get the Scorpion Light Walker, which is a huge deal. Those things are awesome. You get some troops. I think it's like 24 troops. And you get 5 battle frame. And the battle frame are cool because you can run one battle frame as your officer, and you can run the other 4 as 2-man AT teams. And then you still also get a Chiha tank, which you can either run stock, which I recommend, you know, just a regular light howitzer with a mini machine gun, or you can run it with a light compression cannon, either or. And it's actually that's a decent sized little fighting list right there. 24 guys, which you can build out into like 2 10-man teams, and let's see, 24 guys. Yeah, so you can have 2 10-man rifle teams, and you can have 2 light mortar teams. Your officer could be one of your battle frames. You can have 2 anti-tank battle frame teams, and then have a Scorpion and a Chiha. It's a damn good list. So that's my recommendation, Francis. I'm really glad everyone's opening their mystery boxes because, you know, shameless promotion, my video with Edscar is going to come out here soon. And to let you guys know what it's about is we talk about building 500-point armies with some of the 30-person boxes that you get from Warlord Games. So it's actually pretty cool. Yeah, Larkin, I'm so happy for you, man. That is legit. All we're doing right now is just painting the slings. Yeah, and then if you want to expand it past that, Francis, my next recommendation would be go to Wargame Atlantic and get a zombie box, and then boom, now you have all your Shibito zombies right there. It's an Imperial Japanese army is very rapid to build out very quickly. Holy shit, are you serious? That is a tremendous value. I worry that's such good value. I worry it's a scam. I would worry for you if that was my money. So it's a cool value, but almost too good of a value. Scammers will get you. All right, nice. There's his sling. After the slings, we'll do the foot wraps, we'll do the eyes, and they'll be done. I said 3 o'clock. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna step away, refill my water, grab something to drink, take a quick little break, come right back. Finish up these Siberian tears I've been working on for a while. And then once they're finished, we'll do some list reviews. So if you have some list reviews you want read out, feel free to drop them. You can just shoot them to me on Discord. I do at least 2 good coats of it's like the Dutch version of eBay. Nice. I do at least like 2 good coats of the snakebite leather to get like a good weapon sling, you know, leather sling. Alright, time for one like that. Alright, hey, take it easy first of all. Hopefully that helps, buddy. I am gonna be watching your channel like a hawk. I'm excited to see your showcase. Finished Konflikt 47 models. Congratulations on doing something I don't think I can. So congrats, buddy. I look forward to seeing that video, man. Have a good night, man. Mad Larkin, that's so cool. It's got to feel good to like win. You know, because especially in the hobby world, like there's so many things that are just outrageously overpriced, and to get a value like that just feels so good. I feel like those mystery boxes are a great way to like win customers, especially like support and loyalty of customers. You know, and same thing when you get a good value, like that, it's kind of like a loss leader. You know, and I buy something else that's a little overpriced. I'm like, yeah, but you know, I made out real well on that one thing. You know. I'm not gonna, like I said, I like to think Warlord Games doesn't know who I am. Maybe they do. Anytime I do order from them, and I order enough for free shipping, and they're always nice enough to throw in a free sprue, it is always of bolt action. I know a lot of people get stuff of like different games, which is fine, but I always get bolt action, which I use and I appreciate. I use those sprues religiously, but I always appreciate that. Hey, what's going on, Trooper? It's called Girl Math Tiki. Yeah, I hear you. I get it. That makes sense. I'm just about to take a quick break here, Trooper. I'm about to go grab a drink, but I'll be right back. And I'm about to kill this mosquito that's flying around. Right after the storm, like a nice cool air breezed in, so I opened my doors and I got nice cool air and a couple mosquitoes flew in. So now I gotta kill them. Did you release your unboxing video, Mad Larkin? Hold on, let me go see if. Let me check one thing before I take off. Mad Larkin, did you release your video? Pretty sure I'm following you. About to find out. I'll be mad if I'm not. Oh, okay. I thought that was you. All right, yeah, there we go. There you go. I am subscribed. Hell yes. All right, guys. Well, I'm getting a drink. Feel free to check out Mad Larkin's unboxing. Hell, I did. I think I was subscribed, but I didn't have the bell on, and I did not know that was you, Larkin. I'm so sorry, but yeah, now you're on my radar. Now I'm watching all your shit. So, all right, guys. Well, you guys check that out. I will be right back. I'm gonna take a quick little break. Go get something to drink. All right, and I'm back. How are you doing, team? Sorry about that. I had to get up, stretch my legs a little bit, get some water. All right. I thought it was a great video, man. I like your unboxing. All right. And I know try to think because I want to say his first name, but I know Astronomical Cinematics, I think is his screen name. So yeah, I know he's in the family way, and I know some of our other buddies have different things going on, but I'd love to get the band back together for some Minotaurium Break Room. That was a fun podcast. I am definitely down to do that some more. There's been so much that's happened to 40K that I feel like we need to go back and cover. What's what, Bad Rabbit? What's the Minotaurium Break Room? Oh, you're gonna send me on another Yeah, that's exactly what it was. Yeah, it was called Quiet Order Gaming. There it is. Yeah, if you go to Quiet Order Gaming, there's a podcast called the Minotaurium Break Room. Me, Astronomical Cinematics, Laughing Block, the Warp Forge, Mad Larkin, we're all in there. It's good times, man. I've been talking to some of the people. Like I said, I really want to stick to that podcast. I always had a lot of fun doing it. I thought it was a blast. So we talked about everything, not just 40K. We talked about all tabletop wargaming and culture, and like that was a good group. I talked to some people. Some people have talked to me too about doing a bolt action or a Konflikt 47 podcast. As you guys know, I always have so much on my plate. I'm reluctant to add more, but I don't know if I'll do that. Maybe as like a guest popping in from time to time. But I love the Minotaur and Break Room. That was fun. We talked about honestly tabletop wargaming and about the culture around it. You know, how to be someone you want to play at in tabletop wargaming, regardless of 40k, stuff like that. We also talked about 40k lore, what's going on in bolt action. Just it was a fun collection of people. Alright, so that is their leather slings. So now we're gonna go back. We're gonna do their filthy foot bandages, foot cloth, and then we're gonna do their eyeballs. There we go. There we go. I was trying to be better on showing the camera view here. Everything always brings you back to Talaran armies. They're so much fun. I've always wanted to get Talaran army. I always want to do like their heavy weapons teams as like technicals, you know? There's like small little pickups. I said I'm always tempted, as you can tell, I almost built these cannon fodder guys as guards, and I'm always tempted to come back to the Imperial Guard for 40k. I can't get over the no points cost. Every time I look at that list, it just doesn't rub me right. So I figured if I'm gonna do that, I want to do an army like the Orcs, where of all things, it kind of makes sense in my head, at least for the Orcs, not to have a points cost. It's just like whatever you can get together. You know, who cares? So I'm doing these ones kind of I'm using Argos Dunes as the shade for these like filthy little foot wraps. I'm doing that because I'm doing these guys in a South American, Central American, and Caribbean style theater. So I want them to have like kind of more of a disheveled appearance. There's a lot of cool stuff you can do with the Talaran army. Like I said, your Rough Riders can all be on bikes, like motorcycles and stuff. It's pretty damn cool. Alright, there we go. Hold on. So I'm still missing bits. I gotta go in and clean some stuff up, but the lights turned out. You can kind of see there's a difference between his feet, his dirty foot cloths, and his pants. So still missing a bunch of stuff I gotta go through, but I'm just trying to at least get all the colors on them, so that way I can move on. Because on my own time, you know, I can clean up all the small stuff and then base them and be done. So I'll let you know one thing I'm actually kind of worried about for Konflikt 47 version 2. Luckily, I think all armies are going to be available in the starter book, which is great. But I think when it comes to like armies of, I think Imperial Japan's going to be last again. Yeah, that's a really good point, Mad Larkin. That would also be really cool. For your Toroxes, I would literally just straight up use Goliaths. Yeah, especially if they come with that cape. I think the cape's kind of a cool look for them, you know? So, we'll see. So I was building out I was trying to build an Imperial Japanese Navy list for Konflikt 47. I noticed none of the swim tanks are on the Konflikt 47 first edition rules. Like in either of the 3 books, none of the Japanese tanks are in there. Like the swim tanks. Not the Type 2 Kami or the Type 3 Chinu or any stuff like that, so... I'm excited for either new plastic Imperial Japanese infantry or some kind of sprue to give them their compression rifles. I'm hoping it leads to new Imperial Japanese units. Because you gotta think, other than that small box of officers, the Imperial Japanese have not gotten anything in a long time. But, to be fair, that's also how the war went. They developed all their shit in the 30s and didn't really get any new shit either, so it's pretty lore accurate. That makes sense, Mad Larkin. I'm not gonna lie. I just know the Goliath is roughly the same like length as a Torox, you know. So proxy wise, it works up. And I'm not gonna lie, the Goliaths are a fun build. It is a fun vehicle build. I had a lot of fun building my Goliath for one of my orc trucks. It's a fun kit. And I do still have my big old cargo hauler truck too for my battle wagon I gotta build. Yeah, I got a cargo 8. Yeah, I got a cargo 8. I'm gonna be using that to build my battle wagon, like a big old something like Mad Max, you know, like a I can't think of what that's called. A war rig. There we go. I will most likely be starting tomorrow's stream painting it at work. I enjoy painting Konflikt 47. I've just been doing it a lot, and definitely gonna need a little bit of an orc break. Like I said, because of season 2 of Twisted Metal is out, I definitely gonna want a little bit of a palette cleanse. I'm gonna paint my Sweet Tooth orc, aka Sweet Tooth. Yeah, Mad Larkin, I went to Warpfire Miniatures and I traded in I traded in some stuff and I got a I got a good amount of store credit, but I got a Cargo 8 Super Hauler, or Cargo 8 Hauler, and I got a box of Old World Orc Mob. And I'm using those to kit bash into more boys. Yeah, if you guys haven't seen my Goliath kit bash, I don't think it's fully painted, but I'll bring it on stream when I'm painting Sweet Tooth tomorrow. So I have an orc truck, I have a Goliath orc truck, and I have a Rhino orc truck. Those are my 3 trucks right now. I built the orc per the instructions and left a lot of pieces off so I could like further customize the Goliath. And then the Rhino I just went fucking ham on. I found a Rhino that was on sale for a pretty good price because it was missing a lot of pieces on eBay. It was all jacked up and I was like, perfect. Not gonna lie, if I have to build more trucks, if I can find them for good prices, I might just keep using Rhinos as trucks. There's just a lot, especially because what I do is I open the back ramp down and I glue it out horizontally, and that way it adds to the length of it. That way it's still roughly the same length of the truck. That way it's not like modeling for advantage. Hell yeah, I'm about to say, until Mad Larkin sends me more trucks, yeah. I should be good on trucks, not to get the boys to put in the trucks. And I have Squig Hunter Sean's awesome painted boys. And I'm slowly trying to paint up mine to his level, which is a blast. Yeah, I'm about to say, I absolutely love my Orc Army. I don't know about Warhammer 40k this edition. I'm waiting to see what the next edition brings. But I'm happy to play older edition rules, or like Kill Team, or even like one-page rules. But I love Warhammer 40k, I'm just not a fan of the current rule set. For me, I'm sure some people like it, which is awesome. It just doesn't really mesh well with me. But I say that, I haven't tried it, so it's also shitty of me to say. I'm also happy to sit down and do like a 500 point Warhammer 40k 10th edition battle. I don't want to bash it until I actually legitimately try it. Otherwise it's just shitty, so. Let me be fair, let me give it its due diligence here. I almost got to do an Escalation League, but luckily I paid attention and it turned into it already fell apart. It turned into a seal clubbing league. Bunch of tournament guys, especially one who was banned from local tournaments, all joined in, and at the last minute they all basically, like a Soviet arms race, they're all like, oh, you're going knights and I'm going knights. There were 2 knight players and 3 chaos knight players and like an 8 group crusade. Yeah, and that's why I'm trying to build my orcs edition proof. You know, like I'm gonna focus on boys and trucks. You know, so hopefully, regardless of what edition it is, I'm able to take boys and trucks. Alright, oops, sorry, I forgot to mute it before that. Hopefully me drinking water didn't come across the stream. Alright. Yeah, Squid Fist if you want, man. I appreciate that. Let me know what you collect, and I'll see what I can kick out to you too. I always like to pay people back who send me stuff. You know, I try to. It's some people it's hard to. Squid Cutter Sean's been so generous. It's hard to pay him back. But yeah, if you want Squid Fist, DM me and I'll shoot you my address, and just don't call the feds on me, and I'll send you something back in return. I appreciate it. So definitely tomorrow I will, I think it's official. I think tomorrow is going to be an Orky stream. So, I will 100% do some work stuff tomorrow. Catch everybody off guard. So I'll bring all my, I'll clear off all the Konflikt 47 stuff I have, and I'll bring up my orc stuff. So you guys can see what I have going on. We'll paint Sweet Tooth and we'll go back and try and work on some of my vehicles. It's always good to take a nice palette cleanse. You'll be able to see my my different trucks. Better? What do you mean? Nothing's too miserable. I said I'm pretty good. I was just drinking water. Not sure what you mean, Bad Rabbit, but I'm happy to talk about it. Alright, so for their eyes, I'm going to do a Frost Heart contrast, and then I'm going to hit it with a little bit of Temple Guard blue. And once we get this last color on these ombres, then I can do a list review with you guys. 2 list reviews. I can tell you and also show you roughly on the 2 500-point lists I have built out. And these 500-point lists are for demo games until like the new rules come out, and also for the likely for the demo game for the Clash of the Caribbean Cruise event. Well, it's funny with the no points cost, I thought that would lean itself really well towards Crusade games. I think 10th edition would be a good edition for Crusade. I just can't find a honest to god game of Crusade that doesn't turn into seal clubbing. And like I said, I had a feeling that one I was going to join would, because they were trying to rush me to play like, it's cool if you don't have painted models. Like, no, I'd like to paint my models. Like, no, we just want you on the tabletop. And then I found out they're like crushing people left and right. I was like, oh. Oh, no worries, Squidfist. So what I'm doing are the eyes, trying to get these like crystal blue, like absolutely terrifying blue eyes. Yeah, Squid Fits. Like I said, I'm happy to trade with you as well, brother. Shoot me a DM, and I'll shoot you my information, and I'll try and send you at least something in return, buddy. Like, I finally got my Schwinn wagons out to RK, and I am currently working on getting a package out to CB Cooper. Me, Squig Hunter Sean and I send packages back and forth, as do Mad Larkin and I. Yeah, no, you're not wrong, and that's why, instead of just bitching about it, this is all stuff we've talked about in the podcast years ago, or a year ago, probably. That's why I'm trying to start my own events. Any event that generally has my name tied to it is just going to be a social event. It's still going to be tactical, still going to be fun, but man, there's no competition, there's no medals for that kind of stuff. I'm hoping that cuts out a lot of that type of try-hard stuff. Like I said, I'll be a TO. Obviously, it's my event for Clash of the Caribbean. But for Once Upon a December in April, I'll actually be playing as well. I'll 100% be playing on one of those tables. The Imperial Japanese tanks must flow from Manchuria. So, that's going to be a lot of fun. I need to start talking to Warpfire about getting tables together for that in April. Alright, let me give them another pass of Frost Heart for their eyes. Let that set deep into their eye sockets. They'll hit with a little Temple Blue. And they'll be ready for some list review. Hey, that rhymed. You guys hear a weird sound in the background, almost like some machine spirit being tortured out of something. That is actually my neighbor's AC unit. It is on its last leg. I do not think it'll be kind to him during hurricane season, but it's not my place. It's just loud enough to go through the walls of my house, unfortunately. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry about that, Bad Rabbit. Yeah, no, it exactly was. And what's cool is that it wasn't the event organizer. The event organizer was cool about it. He told me to take my time. And because I'm orcs, he can build me in later in the crusade. It's not a big deal. They just like randomly show up and start causing mayhem, which is perfect. And he actually wrote me like a custom like unit entry form. It with like Photoshop. It looked just like the ones from the codex, which is really cool. I had a custom war boss, which is really neat. He wasn't overpowered. It's cool. He did it the cool way where it's not just like a boost, you know, it's not just like he's better than all the war bosses, you know, it's like a Mary Sue. What it was is he had certain advantages, and he had a few advantages, but they came with a huge disadvantage too, so it was pretty neat. Like, I want to say he had less wounds, and I think a little bit less armor or something like that, but he was able to, his grenades were able to like do like burning damage through like Promethium, you know, like that, and he was a little bit faster. You know, it was pretty neat. I'd have to like dig back into the rules, find out what it was. Yeah, but yeah, you're right, Bad Rabbit. It's not particularly fun. Yeah, he was totally fine, but everybody else just started like swapping up to like knights, and I'm like, oh Jesus. And I have to say, from what I've read from what I read from the one-page rules that I have, you know, from what I was reading into one-page rules, one thing I liked about it was that there were no named characters. I think that's something I miss from older. I mean, even when I played Warhammer 40k, there were still named characters, but there was always a way to take, you know, just generic unnamed characters. It wasn't a big deal. You could just have a company commander. You know, it didn't have to be some fancy pants hero person, you know? So the collab video with Ed Scar will be on his channel. Hold on, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. That AC unit's just got louder and louder, so I was a little worried about it. I had to go check it just to make sure, and it 100% is my neighbor's AC unit, so just a little worried. Sorry about that, guys. Popped away real quick. All right, I'm back. But on the plus side, they gave plenty of time for my wash to dry, or my contrast to dry. All right. Like, I want the pain to be expressed in their eyes, like existence is pain, you know? Keep them looking unique. Squeaker Sean, is that a tiger stripe kimono or plush bathrobe? I can't tell. Or smoking robe. Can't quite tell what that is. Well, I muted because I had to slap. I just missed that mosquito. Oh, you bastard. Silk kimono. Ooh, that's nice. Well, I know that mosquito is going to wait till I'm not paying attention. It's going to get me right on one of my knuckles. I know it. Bastard. He was on the pop filter of the mic. Nice, man. Squidfish, you're killing it, buddy. I'm trying to paint and chat. So then I'll have to just basically pass and review these guys, clean up some of the stuff I missed, and then just base them and they'll be done. Nice. Yeah, the Miami Flage on the Stompas has turned out great. I can't wait to do the Commandos that CB Cooper sent me in that. Yeah, not even that Squid Fist. That's why I'm able to crank out my Imperial Japanese so easy, because I spray primer them in Sundari Dust, and that's also their uniform. So I just spray primer them, hit the skin tones, you know, paint their weapons, paint their gear, paint their helmets, paint their boots, and put leather on their leather web gear, and they're done. Versus when I do like my custom Imperial Japanese Navy guys, and I'm actually coming up with a fun Konflikt 47 style lore. You know, Imperial Japan's kind of running out of bodies, and so they're starting to incorporate, you know how they have, you know, the Empire of Manchuria and the Manchurian Army. So they're starting to do almost like a Imperial Japanese Foreign Legion, but specifically for their Navy. So their snills are starting to come up with these like foreign legions made up of, you know, Taiwanese, Thai, Korean, mainland Chinese who are not working with the warlords of the communists, white Russians, you know, the Vietnamese from French Indochina, anyone they can find. A lot of Indians. There's gonna be a huge group of them are gonna be actual free Indians from like the Indian army that they try to create to fight the British. So. Alright, now let me bring up my my list reviews. We'll talk about my list reviews, and then right after that we'll roll right into what the Tiki lore is for today. Alright, so now we're starting to talking about list reviews. If you have any lists you want reviewed, definitely send them in, and we'll talk about them. It's for Konflikt 47. So the first list we're going to be talking about actually made, it has multiple Paragon support units, and I'll be using these guys as my Paragons. Alright, and it uses a lot of the guys I had from my old MP platoon that I was using for the Battle of Berlin game. Alright, so it's 500 points. This is Konflikt 47 first edition, right? So, it's US, just a regular reinforced platoon. So the officer is a second lieutenant. It's a veteran, and it has two adjutants attached to it. So it's actually the leadership team is a veteran second lieutenant, but it's 3 people, and they all have submachine guns. So pretty easy, right? All right, next up is we actually have the first Paragon support unit. So the first Paragon support unit is actually a Paragon and 5 veterans. Two of the veterans are going to have BARs, and 3 of them are going to have submachine guns. And the Paragon for the first squad is going to be the Shadow Nose. And that's Paragon NCO Charlie. So it has a pistol, and he also gets the sword, tooth, and claw, and fanatic special rule. So that's actually pretty cool. So his whole squad will actually get fanatics, and that's actually pretty awesome. Let's move on to the next Paragon squad. Next Paragon support squad is also going to be a Paragon with 5 veterans. 3 of the veterans have SMGs, 2 of them have BARs. And that veteran is going to be my knockoff Captain America. And that's going to be Paragon NCO Alpha. And they get an SMG, they have strong, they also get the Tank Hunter special rule. So that's really cool. I didn't have enough points to make, you can make one of them. Hey, CB Cooper, what's up, buddy? You can make one of them elite, but I didn't have the points for it. Alright, so next unit is actually a bazooka team. A veteran 2-person bazooka team. And then they also are going to take a... They're also going to take a Coyote Lightwalker as a veteran. So 7-up armor, right arm mounted medium machine gun. Right there you can see it. And 2 fists and a fixed forward facing heavy machine gun. So not too shabby. So that is a 500-point Konflikt 47 army for the Americans. So they have a 3-person leadership team, all of them carrying submachine guns. So that's pretty good for issuing orders or holding an objective or doing something. Like 3 submachine guns or veterans, not something you want to mess with, right? For their 2 infantry squads, they're both Paragon squads. And they're both 5 people plus the Paragon, so it's 6 people. Each one of the squads is the same composition, 3 submachine guns and 2 BARs plus whatever the Paragon's carrying. And one of them has, you know, Tough Fighter, Tooth and Claw, and Fanatic, and the other one has, or just Paragon has Tooth and Claw, but the first squad has Fanatic, the second squad has Tank Hunter, which is super cool. And then they also have a bazooka team, so all their anti-tank stuff's pretty well covered. They have 2 different sources of anti-tank, even at 500 points. And they also have a walker. Plenty of Rift Tech. 2 Paragon guys and a Coyote Light Walker. That's pretty Rift Techy. Alright, so let me bring up the second list. Alright, here is my Imperial Japanese Navy shore party list. 500 points. It comes in at 494. So we're going to start off with a second lieutenant. He is a veteran, and he has 1 adjutant with him who's also a veteran, and they both have assault rifles, and that's per the current rules for first edition Konflikt 47. The Imperial Japanese officer and their little officer team do get access to assault rifles. Alright, so the first infantry squad for the Imperial Japanese Navy is going to be a Ghost Attack Squad. Some of these guys, right? It's going to be 7 of these guys, except I gave them the submachine guns instead of the compression rifles. No additional cost to that. And I also gave them anti-tank grenades. So you have seven of these guys with submachine guns and anti-tank grenades. In case you don't know what they do, currently, how a phase field works is they can ignore terrain when moving, but not for line of sight. And when they use the ability to ignore the terrain for their movement, they roll a d6 for each model. If any of the d6 rolls come up as a 1, the unit is caught up in the terrain. Some of the phase fields momentarily fail, and the unit suffers a pin marker. So if you're moving 7 guys through cover, you roll 7 dice. If any of them hit a 1, the whole unit is stuck in that terrain for that turn. Like, they stop in that terrain, and they take a pin. Not too shabby. So for the second squad, it's exactly the same thing. 7 Ghost Attack Squad with submachine guns and anti-tank grenades. Then they're also supported by a SNIL Squad, Special Naval Landing Force. These are regular troops. So it's going to be an NCO with 6 veterans, and the NCO and one of the guys are both going to have submachine guns, and that's it. So you'll have another group of 7 people who aren't Ghost Attack Squad. They're just regular guys, but they are veterans, and they're carrying 2 submachine guns. And then they're backed up with a veteran anti-tank rifle team. So that's it. That's a little bit more of a daring list. There's no vehicles, but you do have 2 Ghost Attack Squads, and they have anti-tank grenades. So hopefully it's enough to counter any kind of vehicles. Like, I can't imagine them going up against the Coyote. It could get interesting. But you have a veteran AT rifle team, a veteran 7-man SNIL Squad with 2 SMGs, 2 veteran 7-man Ghost Attack Squads with SMGs and anti-tank grenades, and then a 2-man veteran leadership team with assault rifle. All right, I'm sorry, just catch up on the chat. So that is the 2 lists I have. Those are my 2 500-point lists. That'll probably be what I'll be demoing in for Konflikt 47. You do get to see a walker, you get to see some cool tech stuff, you get to see some like super troopers kind of thing. So I think it'll work out. It's pretty neat. AT grenades, they're not super reliable, but if you have Fanatic and submachine gun, I mean, it could be all right. As long as you're Fanatic, it's actually not bad. If you're not Fanatic, they're not the best. My other go-to Konflikt 47 list for the Imperial Japanese Army is 2 assault rifle carrying veteran leadership team. I believe it's 2 8-man or 10-man. It might be 8-man. 2 8-man veteran infantry squads, all with rifles, and then 1 regular Scorpion light walker with compression cannon. That's a very and a regular truck with a mini machine gun. So it's a very bare bones, simple list, but it's also very effective. I've heard of it referenced, but I've never played it. So that Gates of, I want to make sure I pronounce that correctly. Gates of Antares. That was a Warlord Games sci-fi specific kind of thing that they ran with for a while, right? I've only ever done Konflikt 47. I never really even looked at some of their stuff, but I heard a lot of that is kind of some of the rules and some of the model ideas are kind of coming back in by Konflikt 47 version 2, if that helps. All right, I'll work on this mummy a little bit while I talk about our lore. So it is 4 o'clock. Usually I stream from 1 to 5, so generally around 4 o'clock we start hitting like our Tiki lore kind of thing. So we start talking about some type of Imperial Japanese for World War II history. It could be a unit, it could be a tactic or something like that. So this time, we keep mentioning it, we keep talking around it, so I figured, hey, why not actually talk and bring up what it is. We're going to talk about the Type 89 Grenade Discharger, or what people call a knee mortar. So that is, oh man, I had one, I should have brought one up. Should have brought one up and put on the, yeah, let me go grab one real quick, put it on the camera. Alright, I'm back. Sorry, I wanted to grab that real quick. Alright. So, I went out and grabbed my, a light mortar team. Oh yeah, we're talking about the misnomer of the knee mortar, yeah. So here's an example of my light mortar team. It's 3 people now. But here is what the light mortars look like. Technically, they're not even light mortars, they're called grenade dischargers, so we'll talk about that. And the misconcept of calling it a knee mortar. Try to get you a better sight of the actual mortar itself. So you can see how it has the base plate. So you have a base plate, you have a little bit of like kind of a grip, leather wrappings, minor cloth, and you have the actual tube itself. You can see he has a round in his hand that he's kind of putting into the tube next. So yeah, you don't actually put it on your knee or your leg. It'll actually like crack your femur. You literally just put it on the ground. You can tilt it forward or backwards, dial it in, even stick it on like a tree root or something like that. Alright, so we know what the grenade discharger looks like. Let's talk about it a little bit, because so there's a really cool feature about it. So Imperial Japanese had a very interesting concept when it came to military logistics with some of their weapons. We talked about the Type 11 light machine gun and how it had a side hopper system, and that's how it fed its rounds. So it had a side hopper system, and it fed from 5-round stripper clips, and it was the same exact ammo and same stripper clips that all the infantry carried that fed their Type 38 rifles. You know, so that being said, you don't have to have special belts of ammo or special other stuff. Any infantryman who is carrying those belts that have 3 pouches filled with those 5-round stripper clips could pick up that light machine gun, feed it, and go to work. So that was super cool. So they did something similar to their grenade discharger. So the way it works, it actually has mortar shells that are supposed to be used with it, right? These are great for like ranging out hitting targets. They had smoke, high explosive, all that fun stuff. But the cool thing is, if you've ever seen an Imperial Japanese hand grenade at the time, they're small. They had kind of a rough exterior, which is black, and they had this very noticeable gold stem on the top. So what happens is you pull the safety pin, and that was just a safety pin, and then you have to hit that gold stem on top. Think of it like an apple. You have to hit that gold stem on top against something hard, and that's what activates the actual fuse. Think of it like a firing pin's actually hitting the fuse and lighting the fuse, and then you can throw it, right? So that's what you see a lot of Imperial Japanese in the movies like that. You'll see it like hit them against their metal helmets, or they'll hit it against themselves, or they'll mash it with their hand and they'll hold it close and detonate it, you know? But something really cool is you're able to take that standard issue Imperial Japanese fragmentation hand grenade, and you're able to screw on, there's this little extra bit, you screwed on this little wooden base to the bottom of it that carried, I believe, like an extra amount of charge. And what happened is you primed it, and you can literally just send it down your grenade discharger light mortar tube and launch that grenade, and it functioned basically like an extra mortar round. So it's one of those things too where, again, I'm not trying to sound racist or jingoistic, but at the time the standard male soldier from the Imperial Japanese was not very tall, and in comparison, I apologize, in comparison to the average U.S. Marine who'd be landing on the beaches, when you look at like size comparison as far as height and maybe throwing distance, it's a little bit different. So in order to balance for that, the Imperial Japanese, you know, had like, hey, we can't throw our grenade, because if you don't know, your average fragmentation grenades change. I myself also survived with the M67s. They're heavy, right? So usually you're supposed, an average adult who's trained with a hand grenade, you should be able to throw your hand grenade roughly about, what is it, not to exceed 40 meters usually. I mean, 40 meters is a damn good throw for a hand grenade, by the way. Unless you grew up playing baseball or football, like 40 meters is damn good, right? So that's why when we start talking about military tactics, we start talking about a near and far ambush. Usually the rule of thumb for that is 50 meters. And the reason being is that dictates whether you're able to literally throw grenades and assault through the ambush, or whether you have to throw grenades and do a retrograde and fall back by, you know, fire team or squad or what have you. So the whole near far ambush, that whole concept of that comes from the average throwing distance that an average human can for a frag grenade. This is all tying back, I promise. So then for the grenade discharger, that's the whole purpose. So they have how far an Imperial Japanese soldier can throw their hand grenades. You know, then on top of that, they now have a grenade discharger. So now they can lob that shit pretty fucking far. So let's get into more of the nitty. So that's generally the concept behind the grenade discharger. Right? It's like I said, you see that little pouch I have right there, that's his mortar rounds. But then he can also take his own hand grenades and his buddy's hand grenades, put on that little bit of wood base, and just launch them right out of that tube. So just some of the nitty gritty details is you were looking at it's a 50 millimeter around the actual like mortar shells themselves. And again, this thing, so it's a Type 89. When you do the calculation of the years, when you do the translation, it was adopted into the Imperial service in 1929. So again, that's why a lot of their weapons seem almost archaic or very odd and don't mesh well with what the Allies were using in 1942 or 1943 or 44 or 45. Because a lot of their shit came out in 29 or 32, and it was pretty badass at the time. So you got to remember, other countries at this time, they were using light mortars, or like the Americans, they were using like rifle grenades and things like that. You know, very very similar concept. Everyone's trying to work on how they can do grenadiers. So yeah, the little wooden base I was talking about. So when you take the fragmentation grenade, you attach on this little wooden base that has a propellant and a time fuse. And the cool thing is you had to like literally hit it first and then put it down and actually launch it. And the way it worked is it's actually like a it's the primer that you hit, so it actually have like a little 7 to 8 second delay. It's really neat. I said it's hard to kind of describe it. But the biggest thing is a lot of people think these are just grenade launchers, and they're not. They actually came with their own proprietary mortar shells. You know, usually they're 50 millimeter. I mean, they're pretty decent size for what they were. So they usually just had high explosive and smoke. And yeah, you just literally kind of dial it in right down here on the side on how far you want the distance is. You literally just kind of pull it down and just bam, it sets it off and launches the mortar right out. The whole using the hand grenade, the fragmentation hand grenades, and putting on the propellant. First off, you had to have the propellant base, so it wasn't always used. But it was always generally you saw like a lot of your assistant people to the light mortar would carry those too. So when you ran out of mortar shells, you could at least use those grenades as like a last chance round, you know. Nathan, that's a great question. Let me see what time she got captured and see if that's still in the Divergent. From what I understand, all the war crimes from both Unit 731 and from the Third Reich were still committed. So let me double check. Anne Frank, date of capture. Looks like she got jacked in 44, and she was in. That's what I thought. She was in Amsterdam. I'll have to double check the lore, but I'm pretty sure the Germans still held Amsterdam in 44. So yeah, they still played hide and seek, and she lost. That answered your question. I wouldn't expect to hear much about it or much about any of the atrocities in any of the Konflikt 47 books. I think they're going to steer clear away from that. Not that I think less of Warlord Games for doing that. I don't think there's anything on their side as far as maturity. I think everybody just worries about how out of hand things like Reddit and other stuff can get. And they also saw how small little lore inconsistencies can tear apart fan base in Warhammer 40k and Trench Crusade, so they're like, yeah, they're probably like, let's not do that, you know. I'd rather them make it sound so bad. So I'm not upset at the lore coming in. The American one's kind of eh. The Imperial Japanese one's good though, and that radically changed my view on it. I'm like, okay, I'm pretty happy now. But I'd rather them come in with a little bit of weak tea, because they can always kind of make it stronger as they go on, than to just kind of come in with some weird off-base shit. No, jacked isn't like stolen, like, you know, deboed. She got grabbed. I mean, I figured she did get stronger. I mean, what are you gonna do in an attic all the time? I figured you'd probably work out. I mean, obviously she wrote in her diary. Spoiler alert, you know, in case you didn't know how that one ended. But back to the grenade charge. The last thing I wanted to cover is it's one thing that Warlord Games actually got right, which is pretty cool. They actually did issue 3 of the grenade dischargers per platoon. So that's insane. So they're not really, don't think of them like light mortars. They're almost like what we would, in our modern day TONEs, what we would look at as a grenadier, you know? Like, that's kind of what the Imperial Japanese were using their grenade dischargers for. Hey, I don't know how your weird vernacular works. All right, you also don't pronounce H's, so I don't know what to do with you. But yeah, so that's kind of the cool thing. Anytime you see like in a movie those little Imperial Japanese hand grenades, imagine just like a little, like almost like a cork-sized wooden base that you screw onto the bottom, and that's an extra propellant and time charge. And it's able to use their hand grenades for even cooler stuff. CB Cooper, I remember as a kid there being multiple editions of her diary, and now that makes sense. That wouldn't surprise me, but by the same token, if you're a teenager alone in an attic, you know, what are you gonna do to pass the time? I get it. No shame. I'll judge. Alright, let's get back to painting. See if I can work on some of these mummies. But that being said, if you guys haven't seen... Oh man, you could always stream over me when you're playing Dawn of War. It's such a damn good game. I love how they did the orcs in that game. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, about Anne Frank and Nazis. I don't know directors. I don't really like follow directors, so I'm not sure how his other good works are, but if you've never seen Jojo Rabbit, Jojo Rabbit is a really good movie. It's dark and it's fast, so you have to pay attention. It goes from humorous to dark very quickly. But not enough awards were passed out for that movie. That movie was phenomenal. Which is weird, because I'm pretty sure that's Scarlett Johansson in that movie, right? You look at her acting in that movie, and you look at her in the latest Jurassic Park movie, and it's like she doesn't know how to act, like she doesn't know what acting is. Almost like she went to like the Gal Gadot school of acting, where it's like, I will stand here, look attractive, and say the line. I said the line. Like, it's weird. Hey, Bad Rabbit. Always happy to chat with you, brother. Get some sleep. I'm glad you're taking care of your rabbits. Yeah, and not even that. Rebel Wilson was hilarious in that. Like, what a great role for her. For, like, her style of humor. It worked great for that sarcastic German shit. It was great. Yeah, I think Sam Rockwell, that guy deserved an award for that, man. I'm not gonna lie, that's one of the few models that I really want from Warlord Games. I know they make these like movie models, and I have a few of them. You know, like I have like Apache, I have Apache range and shit like that. I have a few models here and there. The one I really want is I want the one from Jojo Rabbit. I want him in his cape with his submachine gun and the other dude holding like the gramophone and shit. God, that's such a badass. That was so funny. And before you freak out, it's not all just like glazing Germans, you know. Jojo Rabbit is a very... I got it. Jojo Rabbit is almost like the... It's like Catch-22, but told from the Axis version, if that makes sense. It has that same military, but absurd military humor and dark humor. And it rapidly changes pace and makes you uncomfortable. That's what it is. That's probably why I like Jojo Rabbit so much, because it reminds me so much of Catch-22. An amazing book. If you've never read Catch-22, I cannot recommend it enough. Just be ready when you read it. It gets dark very quickly, so. Oh fuck, you're right. That's on my list of something to watch. I gotta watch Death of Stalin. I've never seen it. Well, yeah, CB Cooper, but the thing is she was behind the newest Jurassic Park movie. She wanted to get it made. She's always wanted to be in a Jurassic Park movie. She helped write that movie, but then she wrote herself a shit character. It was just a very weird. So the reason why I'm kind of... It's not a bad movie. Like, I still paid to go see it, you know? The new Jurassic Park movie. It's not bad, but when you watch, like, even some of the shittier Alien films, they're still lethal. My big problem with the newest Jurassic Park movie is not enough people died. none of the dinosaurs really felt that dangerous, you know? It was almost just like, it felt like like the actual Jurassic Park ride. Like we're all on a log flume and there's just gonna be some scares, but everyone's gonna make it out alive, you know? Hey, what's going on, Swark? How you doing, buddy? We're just painting some models. I'm painting some mummies here. Talked a little bit about grenade dischargers and Imperial Japanese light mortars. A little about Comic 47, and now we're just kind of just ripping and chitting and chatting, enjoying the last hour of the stream while I work on some mummies. So for these mummies, these are actually really easy to do. So when I got these, they're not super affordable. I get like 3 for like $7, and they come in like a Dungeons and Dragons Reapers pack. So like Reaper miniatures will sell 3 of these guys in a pack for like $7. So what I do is I primer them with Zendari Dust. I hit them with Agros Dunes for all their wrappings. Then for their bones, I hit them with Skeleton Horde for their actual bones that are showing. And then I just give them purple eyes. And that's that. It's pretty quick and easy to paint. Yes, they are the rubbery white guys. I have just, spray primer them Zendari Dust and then I paint them. So when they're finished, they come out kind of looking like this. This is what the finished version looks like. Let me turn down the light so you can see. So I based them in a very like sandy style, dune style base. It looks like they're crawling in the sand. That's what they look like. So you can see their wraps, you can see their bones kind of underneath, and you can see kind of like their purple eyes, So these are my counts as Totencore for my German army, which are actually the Cult of Imhotep. They stay tacky for a week. I don't know, man. I said I had pretty good luck with them. I definitely do wash them. I said I do wash them in water and soap and agitate the soap a lot, but I just hit them with a spray primer and start painting. Like I said, with the price of Totencore and stuff like that, and me wanting to do a Cult of Imhotep, 3 mummies for $7 is actually a pretty good deal for me. My German Comic 47 army is surprisingly getting pretty big, even though I started with just a small Cult of Imhotep. I have more cultists to build, but I have like a shit ton more mummies, and I also have a King Tiger X with a heavy rail cannon that I picked up used and fully painted from Warpfire Games for like $20. So what Catch 22 is very loosely about, it follows the bomber squadron, in Italy at the end of the war. So there's not a lot of fighters. There is some danger from flak, but it's not like Germans are about to like hop over the wire and gun down the whole base, So it's the end of the war. The danger isn't as there. So you're starting to see a lot of the inept officers are really starting to show. So what it does, it just shows a lot of the absolute, like, insanity that's involved in military operations, just some of the stupid rules. So what the Catch-22 is you're not allowed to be crazy and fly a military aircraft, but if you say you're crazy so that way you don't fly, then you're sane enough to know the rules, and you're therefore deemed not crazy. It's a catch. It's a catch-22. That's where the title comes from. But there's a lot of stuff that happens. He makes friends with a lot of guys. They're all very unique, and a lot of stuff happens in the story. It's very good. Like, a lot of military books kind of like, I don't know, I wouldn't say all of them, but you know, some lean a little too into what you call like bolter porn, you know. Some lean a little too much, not too much, but some lean more into the horrors of it, like All Quiet on the Western Front. Catch-22 is a very interesting mix of the two. It has some cool characters, it talks about some military stuff, but it shows you a lot of humorous stuff, and then it shows you a lot of stuff that just kind of breaks your heart too. Got it. It's Catch-22 had a lot of the same energy, same thing with Jojo Rabbit, that MASH, the TV show, has. Sometimes it's funny, and sometimes it kind of just wrenches your guts a little bit, you know? It's that same type of writing. Yeah, there it is. Reminds me of MASH. Yeah, he nailed it. Yep. Yeah, some of the lines, and I think they recently made a show about it, and I think oh, what's his name? The dude who did the tequila. I'm terrible at remembering actors' names. Dude from Ocean's 11. He did a great job playing one of the officers. He did a really, really good job. The main character's name is Josarian. It's a really good book. George Clooney. There you go. That's the guy's name. Yeah, George Clooney played an officer in the newest TV show, and he fucking nailed it. It's just like the absolute lunacy. Here's a very simple one. There's a one of the guys that come in with. He's an enlisted guy, right? His name is Major. That's his first name. His last name is Major, and his middle name is Major. His dad thought it'd be a funny joke. So as soon as possible, they make him a sergeant, just like a regular buck sergeant. So they start him off as a sergeant, like a regular buck sergeant, but it reads as Sergeant Major, you know, so a lot of people freak out. And then apparently they see this name Major, and so he gets invited to like this special staff meeting that only majors can go to. And they show up like, hey, where's Major? He's like, oh, that's me. He's like, all right, well, come on, you're late for this meeting. He's like, but I'm only a sergeant. You're like, what? He's like, yeah, I'm Sergeant Major. You're a Sergeant Major? Yeah, that's fine. You're a senior enlisted. He's like, no, I'm Sergeant Major. And they're like, what the fuck are you talking about? He's like, no, my name's Major. So they get annoyed and just make him a major on the spot. They like step promote him all the way in. Battlefield commission him to major. So now he's Major. And he has like absolutely no training. So he ends up still being a decent officer, but he just hides away in his office because he doesn't know how to do anything because he was promoted all the way up to major. He has no idea how to do anything, so he just hides in his office, doesn't do anything, just lets his orderlies take care of it. And because he does that, that makes him one of the better officers. It's it's just this like self-continuing joke. So Nathan, have you ever played Dawn of War? Do you like the old school Dawn of War better than Dawn of War 2? Like I said, I know it's kind of a spicier take, but I prefer the small unit tactics focus of Dawn of War 2. Like I remember the first time I downloaded and played it, I was like, oh yeah, I'm loving this. Like the way you use cover and everything like that. And then the way you can like customize, you know, their weapons and their weapons changes, the squad loadout, and you can really kind of build them the way you want. You know, like you could send Cyrus's scout squad as like whatever you want, either like hard hitting guys with shotguns or like snipers would run in and throw satchel charges. I don't know. I loved Dawn of War 2 and obviously the Chaos expansion a lot better than I like the first Dawn of War. And I played the shit out of the first Dawn of War. Commander, yes, yeah. Walk around with a clipboard, or you could, or one of my favorite things, like if you really want to scare the shit out of people, walk around with a clipboard and a safety vest, and just kind of like walk up and look at people and just start writing shit down on your clipboard. People will be terrified and no one will stop you. Yeah, he's got a thing, broom or ladder. Broom's a good one. So Retribution, I thought it was neat to play as the guard, but yeah, because it was the same story for all factions, you're right, it actually really did feel hollow to me. But Dawn of War 2 and Dawn of War 2, I think it's Chaos Rising, what the DLC has caused, and the way those tie together, you know, and the way which one of those guys can become corrupted, those two were really, really good. Dawn of 3 Retribution, I played a lot because I had the guard and it was fun, but I did not like it as much as Dawn of War 2 or the Chaos DLC. So see, we're always trying to kind of bring this mummy, making him look better than just this white, you know, the white model you get in the little Reaper box or the little Reaper blister pack. You know, once you start putting this Argos Dunes on top of this Zendari dust, it really starts looking like, you know, mummy bandages. So this is just joining the stream. Tomorrow I'll be taking a little bit of a painting, but we'll still be streaming. Taking a little bit of a painting break from my vow, and we will be painting some orcs. Because season 2 of Twisted Metal is out, I'll be celebrating by painting my Sweet Tooth orc named Sweet Tooth, and I'll probably be working on some of my orc trucks. Pretty excited about that. Wait, hold on. Are you serious? Is it Xandri? Hold on, let me look at the can. You might be right. I've been mispronouncing it this whole time. Yeah, I have no idea why I've been adding the extra A. He's exactly right. I look at it, I just keep saying Zandari. I have no idea why. There is no extra A in there. I think I'm just dumb. It is Xandri. Xandri or Xandri dust. I have no idea why I call it Zandari dust. I'm really glad you pointed that out, Swark. I would have kept saying that for like the next 5 years. Never noticed Xandri dust. And this is what I use when I base them. I use this technical paint, this Badlands. Get that nice sand in there. I like it because it's different from the beach sand. So you have, where'd it go? You have this for like this, you know, Egyptian style sand that they're crawling out of the tombs, versus I have my AK Interactive for like my nice finer beach sand. So I like that I have two different kinds of sands like that. I'm starting to feel fancy. $8 you call what you want. Dude, you say that. This newest pot of Xandri dust was insanely hard to find and decently expensive, but even my local Warhammer store didn't have it. And I walked in, I'm like, hey, I'm just looking for what's on the shelf. I don't want to order anything. He's like, yeah, that's fine. I'm like, I'm looking for a paint. He's like, oh, is it one of the unique hard to find ones? Like, I don't know. It's a base paint. It's a common color. I was like, Xandri dust? Like, yeah, we don't have that. He's like, I can order. I was like, I don't want to order. But yeah, if you're looking, like I said, if you want to do a Cult of Imhotep style German army or Axis army, you can still find these guys. Reaper miniatures, you get 3 mummies in a little blister pack. It should be like $7. Not too bad and easy as sin to paint. Oh yeah, that's where I got a lot of my ideas for kit bashing Oryx Commander. In CB Cooper, I saw your message. You're exactly right. That's how I started off with a lot of my units were painted with those base paints from those kits. But yeah, as far as those things, because I play Gaslands too. I love Gaslands. It's a fun tabletop game, and you can scale it to 28mm, which is even better. But I've always loved Mad Max, Twisted Metal, Vigilante 8, stuff like that. So card combat's awesome. So that's why I got into Orcs. I like post-apocalypse. I love kit bashing. I try and be a friendly guy and like play friendly, you know. So someone's like, "Hey, you should try Orcs." So I tried Orcs, and I love Orcs. I love kit bashing, all that stuff. So we're just painting his bandages. We're leaving a lot of his exposed bone. We're going to go back over that with Skeleton Horde. I said, just using a lot of speed paints on these little bastards. You don't want to give it learn from me, you don't want to give it too many coats. If you give these guys too many coats, they'll start to look like a juicy mummy, and you don't want that. So just one good coat of the Argos. Oh jeez, am I pronouncing everything incorrectly? Agros Dunes. Instead of WAP, it's like Wham, wet ass mummy. Just be real careful not to go over stuff too many times. Like I said, you don't want too many coats, because they'll start retaining that. I think it's what these guys are made out of, the plastic or resin or whatever the hell it is. It'll retain that, and it sticks on the outside and just looks really wet. So you want them to look dry. And you can see their height. I mean, they're not super... I mean, they are taller than these guys, but not like... They're also monsters, too, so it kind of works. whole bunch of mummies to paint too, so got mummies for days. I think I'm missing something, CB Cooper. What do you mean by gas lamps? Are you talking about, I mentioned gas lands earlier, but I know I have a weird accent. Gas lands, so what gas lands is it's a Hot Wheels scaled, tabletop war game. Well, not even tabletop war game, just a tabletop game. You race cars or certain vehicle classes. There's basic rules and then expanded rules. It's basically like every car combat game and movie all rolled into one, you know? So it's a lot of stuff you'd recognize from Death Race, from Twisted Metal, from Mad Max, all that stuff kind of rolled into one. And, you know, there's like bikes, there's buggies, there's cars, there's trucks, there's ice cream trucks, there's armored cars, tanks, helicopters. And there's different types of races, and you just run around. And the way it works is you have movement templates. In case you don't know how Gaslands works, so you have movement templates, and you also have your speed. So as you're driving, you roll these dice, and they allow you to shift up or shift down. And depending on what gear you're in, is you can't pre-measure. You got to look at where you're going and lay down a template. Depending on what gear you're in, is how you move with that template. Certain templates are not available for certain gears. Like if you're going super fast, you won't be able to make a tight hairpin turn. You know, so. So on my other channel, my post-apocalypse channel, I may start doing some battle reports for Gaslands, just because it's easy to do. No, you're fine, CB Cooper. So Gaslands, all you need, honestly, is the book, and the book is a Osprey book, or Osprey, whichever way you're gonna pronounce it. So it should run you like $20-30. You know, it's a regular Osprey blue book, and just go to your thing and pick up some Hot Wheels. It's super crazy easy. You'll need D6s. You don't have to get custom shift dice, but you can. It makes it easier. But you can also just use the chart in the table. Gaslands is one of the tabletop games that Mrs. Tiki has absolutely played, and she demolished me at. It was a lot of fun. It is probably the cheapest to get into and play, and very fun. And you don't have to have WYSIWYG cars when it comes to upgrades and weapons, but you also can. You can go onto Etsy, unless you do 3D printing yourself, and you can print, you know, 15 millimeter scale, you know, weapon accessories. And it's a lot of trash bashing too. I've had an absolute blast setting up these like little racing teams, you know. But another fun thing you can do is you can take what I like to do is you can take the rules and scale it from Hot Wheels, like 15 millimeter. You can scale that up to 28 millimeter, like Warhammer. Warhammer 40K. So what you can do is you can literally make your own version of Gork and Morka kind of thing, and you just take trucks, you know, or orc trucks and just race them around with 28 millimeter scale templates. One time I tried to build this whole ass super complicated a whole huge complicated TTRPG. It mixed Gasland rules scaled up to 28 millimeter, and it mixed Zona Alpha. But with Zona Alpha, instead of looking for like weird technology, you're looking for car parts. So it was a Mad Max TTRPG. It was like a crusade game where you like kind of built your car and you built your team over time, you know. and it used Zona Alpha rules and Gasland rules in 28mm for races and for like salvage runs. Apartment complex. Oh, Nathan, you're wild. Wild man, Nathan. One of these days, hopefully, I'll get to play, hopefully even stream with Nathan, Nathan X2000. You know, can't forget that X. Hopefully, we'll do some Space Marine 2, which I'm shit at, so he can just laugh at me the whole time, or we can do some hell diving or anything else he wants to do. Says the guy who came. So he says, I'm happy to stream with you. You don't disappear again for 10 years. Says the guy who came back and dropped his whole "Hey, I'm back again" video. This guy. Which, to be fair, that's still my favorite video of yours, by the way. Well, of all the videos you've done, and they've been good, and they've got a lot. You've got a lot of attention, well deserved, of course, for covering, you know, actual good topics like Space Marine 2. That you coming back video, the opening to that video, is hysterical. Nice, CB Cooper. Hey, man, I appreciate it. Thanks. Yeah, I'm still working on it. Still gotta clean up a lot of stuff, and I'm really liking like the piercing blue eyes. I need to stop dropping these guys. Yeah, I like the blue eyes. Don't judge me, Nathan. All right, I got things to see and people to do, or things to do and people to see, whatever, however that saying goes. I have been playing, Joe. Like I said, lately, we were talking about this earlier, lately because the Aliens Earth show came out, my brother and I don't talk about my brothers very often, but my brother and I, we've been playing Alien Team, Elite Fire Team? Alien Team? Yeah. Aliens Elite Fire Team. That's a blast, by the way. It's very good. I like Dark Tide a lot. I love Strange Brigade, but nobody plays Strange Brigade, so I'll go fuck myself. But I think it goes Strange Brigade. Probably still Dark Tide, and then Aliens Fire Team Elite, as far as like my favorite Left 4 Dead style games. Strange Brigade. Oh god, don't get me started on the amazingness of Strange Brigade. Strange Brigade it's right up there with like Crimson Skies. It was so good, such a good IP, and just ignored. Hurts my soul. If I did stream gaming on my channel, that would probably be what I'd stream. Either Enlisted or Hell Let Loose, or some fucking Strange Brigade. Alright, this was actually finally a paint and chat, not just a chat and chat. I actually got some legit painting done. We threw some colors on our Siberian Terror Squad. I like that ours is like kind of more Penal Legion based, so pretty stoked about that. I gotta clean up some of the stuff I missed. I'm gonna base them and then they'll be done. I gotta base our Temu Captain America here. I gotta throw a base on this based captain. There's this Tesla beat stick. And then I gotta do the whole new Captain Samuel Slammers, the other Paragon guy. Get him painted up. And then finish the mummies. That'll be my vow. Oh man, I would say, Joe Camera, if I could pan the camera. So in my cabinet of models, I have a whole section devoted just to the WizKids Crimson Skies model line. I have most of the rules for it, a lot of the books, including all the old books that are out of print, like all the old novels. I have a shit ton of Crimson Sky WizKid models, both the pilots and the planes. And I have a whole bolt action army that's basically tailored towards Crimson Skies. They're kind of like Monuments Men or Tomb Raiders, whichever way you want to play them, good or evil. But they're supported by the Crimson Skies air pirate gangs. So, you know, their trucks and their planes are painted after the different gangs. So you have the Fortune Hunters. I'm doing the Fortune Hunters, the Broadway Bombers, and the Raging Cajuns. Yeah, CB Cooper, we're doing the Morty and Glory painting competition. I'm in the Penal Legion. I'm supposed to keep track of everyone's vows, but I've been kind of busy, so Squigger and Sean's been helping me out, which I appreciate. And my first vow is finishing up these guys, some mummies, and a few paragons. We finished the Shadow, but he's been mostly done, so he wasn't really on any. He wasn't on the painting competition. But here's the other paragon we have. Nice little Shadow, super easy. Security breach, I gave out a single detail. But no, I must say I have a very soft spot in my heart for Crimson Skies. I love the whole universe and lore of Crimson Skies. Again, because I did a little before COVID. When I left 40K and 8th edition, I went straight into Dungeon Dragons and a lot more TTRPGs. And so I used Savage Worlds, and I built a lot of cool RPGs off of that. And one of them, I did that Mad Max. But I also did a Crimson Skies version, and that was a lot of fun. Now you're good, CB Cooper. I've been missing a lot of his streams too. I catch him here and there, but my work schedule shifted a little bit, especially because it's like wildfire season. So I've been all over the place. Nice. CB Cooper, you should totally make one, man. Same thing. Reaper miniatures, buddy. Go just Google or Amazon Reaper miniatures, and they look like trench coat with a gun. Obviously, they can't call it Shadow, and just keep digging around all their like multiple models until you find one. My local friendly gaming store, it's one cool thing they have a Reaper wall. It's a wall of just a shit ton of Reaper miniatures. And they always have pretty good deals on them too. So I'll literally go there, you know, with like a Red Bull in my hand, and just sit there and just like peruse for like an hour and a half and go through all of their miniatures and see what I can repurpose. I do it a lot for other games too, like for my Port Royal and Blood and Plunder game, I actually found these Reaper miniatures for Skeleton Pirates, so I'll absolutely be using these. Yeah, paying them up and using them with my pirates and shit like that. So yeah, Reaper's always a great way to find really cool models. So, but here's the problem with Reaper. You need to bring a model with you if you're doing it in store to check the scale. their scale is all over the place. I have like a drawer full of models that I've gotten that I thought would be perfect, but their scale is too large. And I'm like, damn, every time. So be real careful. Some of the stuff you get will not be the right scale, no matter how you measure it. So. But yeah, to be Cooper, I have a whole bolt action army. It's they're played as Americans, they're played as airborne. They use a whole bunch of forward air observers for airstrikes, and they're all like airborne. But all the characters are based off like treasure hunters and tomb raiders and shit like that. So it's a lot of fun. Real talk, Commander, maybe. Now is a good time. Now is a good time to ask. Probably, California probably won't give you any, but you have to contact some of the other places to try and borrow some. I know, I'm about to say, I think Canada's trying to use theirs right now. They're having a huge issue with wildfires too, so hopefully, man. But, yeah, we'll go and end up the stream here. We did a lot of work on our Siberian Terrors. Hopefully that'll be the last day we'll be streaming those guys. We worked on some mummies here. There we go. Alright, so... worked on some mummies. Worked on the Siberian Terrors. We talked about grenade dischargers and light mortars. Had a good time. Now, again, tomorrow, I love Konflikt 47, but tomorrow I'm taking a little bit of a break from Penny Knees. I'll still be streaming before Nathan gives me shit. I'll still be streaming tomorrow as far as I'm aware of, but I will be taking a palette cleanse, and we're going to be getting real orky into it. So bring your green. You know, if you have orcs you want to paint, I recommend paint some orcs. We're getting orky in it tomorrow. You know, straight wog, so it's going to be good times. So for those of you guys who are heading off to work, I hope you have a great day at work. I hope it's super chill. For those of you whose sleep cycle's a little messed up, I know some of you guys just kind of like woke up, so now you're kind of like awake, and it's terrible being awake this early. Or some of you may be trying to swap sleep schedules like I do, where I work one shift during the week and one shift during the weekend, so I gotta like bounce back and forth, you know. That's always tough. I know it is, but hopefully this helps a little bit. But if you are going to sleep, I hope you get the sleep you truly deserve. And as always, I hope you guys stay safe, stay hydrated, and don't forget to relax today. You're on Tiki time.
Shipwrecked soldiers on the sand, type today, rifles in hand. Hula gals with summer smiles, no war drums, just beach for miles. Ghost park by Tiki lights, shadows dance in tropic nights. Sand beneath where boots once stood, paradise ain't so misunderstood. Lost in waves and hula tunes, tiki drinks and months of booze. Forgot the fight in distant lands, just surf and play with tired hands. Bunkers built from palm and hope, coconuts and crude soap. Imperial dreams fade in sun, warriors turn beach bums. Shine to ocean gods we raise, praying for forgotten days. Sake in the campfire glow, life's a surfboard ebb and flow.